Know when you're ready. We're good. Sounds good. Excellent. Welcome everybody to our meeting. We are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Oki and welcome. It's certainly an important week for us as many of our schools are recognizing and doing the work necessary as we move forward with Truth and Reconciliation. On Saturday is Truth and Reconciliation Day, and we encourage our families, our staff, and our students to participate in community events over this week as well as some of last week. We saw our staff and our students being able to take time and reflect and participate. I know LCI had a naming ceremony on Friday. It was so important. Friday this week is lots of events that we're going to be able to participate in as trustees and as community and as staff and students. So please take this time to reflect and look at that truth and reconciliation, what part we all play every single day, not just this week and not just on September 30th. So with that, we will move into our regular agenda. So we have our consent agenda items there. Nobody needing to pull anything from that. So I will then look for an approval of agenda and know that we have some additions. Craig?
I'd like to make 2 additions.
Okay.
Under action items. One would be a motion on Public School Boards Association, and the other would be a motion on the Play and Learn program at Medicine Hat School Division.
Okay, so we'll do 10.6 is PSBA and 10.7 is Play and Learn in Medicine Hat. Perfect. Christine. Nope, Christine Light. I'll come back to you.
Just calm down. Just calm down. We had our Zone 6 meeting on Wednesday, September 20th, and I would like to provide, or Craig can provide, an update to that meeting. So if I just noticed that wasn't on our agenda.
Excellent. And that is requested from ASBA to be in camera. So that'll be in our in-camera meeting that we have after. Yep. Perfect. Craig.
I can't remember where it goes, but I should give highlights of the public school board meeting in August at Medicine Hat Public for the board. And that can be in
12.1.6 PSBA update. Excellent. And then I have the authorization of additional locally developed courses. And is that going to be an action item, Christine? Okay, so that will be 10.8. Everybody should have a copy of that. We're good at this point. Okay, so I'll just look for an approval of the agenda as amended. Craig, those in favor? And that's carried. Next, we have a couple of minutes that we need to approve. So the first one is the regular board meeting of June 27th. Are there any errors or omissions from those? Seeing none, if I can have somebody approve those. Jenny, and those in favor? And that's carried. Next is the minutes of our organizational meeting of September 12th. Is there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, if I can have somebody approve those. Christine, and those in favor? And that's carried. There is no business arising from the minutes, so we'll move on to our first item is 7.1 of business and operations report.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are back to school. So always very exciting when we start the school year. So in facility services was very, very busy over the summer. Our caretakers were waxing floors and making things shiny. We were catching doing some projects that are requested of schools, doing interior and exterior work, as well as some of our major projects. And we demolished a little old, very, very old little modular that was sitting at Ecole Agnes Davidson that we've been asking for funding to demolish that from Alberta Education. We were approved this year. So that's, you see the big John Deere taking that down. And then of course, the highlight of last week for me was hosting the construction celebration at the new Gary Station K-5 school in West Lethbridge. So I'm pretty excited. That was lots of fun. In finance, this is the time of year where finance is living in two worlds. We're completing 22-23, and then we're thinking about 23-24 and the updates there. So a lot of work going on in the finance department to wrap up last year and then as well as update what we're doing this year. On the occupational health and safety front, time of year where we send out a pile of courses to our staff to do our due diligence with safety to make sure that our staff are aware of safety policies, some of our other policies, slip, trips and falls, workplace violence, that sort of thing. And so those courses were sent out and they're due back by November. And then also a lot of CEVA training was going on, and also not related to safety, but we know that HR will talk about parabytes training that's going on with our staff. Recycling, our new recycling and organics program was launched this September in our schools. Thank you very much. You approved the purchase of all the bins in June, and say we were ordered and put into the schools, and the schools are doing great with managing it. Our kids just, it's nothing to, the kids pick it up really quick. They're doing great. We have a new microsite that has resources for teachers, resources for administrators. We have our introductory video. Thank you to Garrett Simmons for creating that. And then our video, our video when we introduced the actual program in a school. Galbraith was gracious to let us do some interviews with kids. And then, of course, we do have our Re3 Hero contest. And so this contest is for the schools so that a student indoor their class can create an art project or video, or it could be Lego, it could be Minecraft, anything they could think of to kind of demonstrate why it's important to recycle. They have to, of course, have their teacher complete the entry form because the teacher needs to approve it, because the prize is, the winning prize is a trip, bus trip paid by transportation to tour the City of Lethbridge Waste and Recycling Center in the spring, as well as a pizza party. So the pizza party is probably the most exciting piece, but we're hoping we get a lot of entries, and we're pretty excited to promote recycling and organics. Technology always has lots on the go in the summer. We installed new PCs, did a lot of reworking of some of our maintenance services related to that required technology support. Registration at this time of year, our teams are hopping, supporting schools with that process to make sure that we are counting every kid for our count that goes up to Alberta Education. And then, of course, very exciting to announce the Alberta Esports Championship that will be hosted in Lethbridge. And a number of organizations are working together among Lethbridge School Division. We have the Lethbridge Sports Council, Choose Lethbridge, Lethbridge College, Lethbridge Exhibition, Holy Spirit, U of L, Kainai Board of Education, and City of Lethbridge are all coming together. That's going to be a very big event in May. And so this will be good for our kids that are involved. It's good for the economics of Lethbridge, because we think this will be a fantastic opportunity to showcase esports in Alberta. And transportation is always fun. We finally got our registration launched. It was not without a lot of hiccups, but at the end of the day, we really just wanted to get it launched so that we could get the bugs out, because we want to make it'll be very important for next school year when we change how we're transporting with the new distance regulations. So it wasn't a requirement to register, but we wanted people to fill it out so that we could at least see how it's running. We're, of course, a growing division. We have added at least 7 new routes, 3 additional buses we're putting to service. I think we've added a few more since I created this document because we had some pinch points there. We've had to add some buses and recreate some routes. Routes are still evolving at this time of year as we see maybe some overcrowding and that sort of thing, or things where we need to adjust with busing. And of course, we had our first ride this event this summer, which was really well attended and a lot of fun. And that's about it for my update.
Greg,
I got a few questions.
Okay.
One, I keep getting an email that I should be trained in occupational health and safety. Is it required for trustees?
Yes, it is, because safety does extend to trustees as well.
I'm just wondering, is it an easier way to do it as a part of the committee, the whole, or the individual?
You have to do it individual
Okay.
because, and they don't take very long, Craig. A lot of times you're watching a video or seeing some information, and then sometimes there's at the end it says take test. The test is either did you understand and read this, yes or no, or it'll be 10 short questions that
All
are
right.
relatively simple, just to make sure you actually understood the information.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is, there's lots about esports, but I'm wondering, a lot of trustees like me and maybe a few others have not seen the esport classroom or whatever else. Would it be possible to arrange a tour so that we could be better understanding what esports is about? Because I just think it's about computers, but it's obviously more.
I am sure that they would love to show it off, so I
So
will.
can we just phone, or is it better to do it a different way? Oh,
It's up to you if you want to go individually. You could, for instance, you could pop by LCI and ask to see it, or if you want to arrange as a group, we can certainly arrange that as well. That's entirely up to you. So if you let me know how you'd like to handle that, I'll talk to Jesse, and then we'll also talk to
Okay.
LCI.
and the other thing is that I know that they work really hard throughout the year, and in the summertime, they're very hardworking. Would it be possible for us as a school board to meet with our faculty staff at the Atwell building, I think it is? Because I think it's important that we show that we respect their work and that we are appreciative of all that they do.
We can certainly arrange a tour and visit at the Atwell. Right now, we're very short-staffed.
Right.
So to a
Later
variety of different reasons, but we will put it maybe on a list for you to come. We'll make an arrangement as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my last question is, one last question. Are we still short buses, or are we pretty well at where we should be?
We are where we are. They're doing very well keeping up right now.
So we're
Self
doing
funded.
better than Calgary.
Yes, we have buses, and so far, not good. We're doing okay with drivers. Just occasionally, if we did have a blip last week when a relief driver suddenly couldn't drive, and then they didn't know for about an hour, and so that caused a little bit of a concern. But other than that, it's not good. It's gone very well this year.
And my last comment is a big thank you to the school board and our administration and the city council for having unified playground zones, school zones. I have noticed a big difference in the speed that people drive. And it's very encouraging that it's being accepted throughout the city. I think it's good for the safety of all kids. So I appreciate the city moving on that, and just and for our support from the school board too.
thank you. Andrea and then Jenny.
I just wanted to say thank you for your attention to detail at the groundbreaking ceremony. I love my hard hat so much that I brought it today. You just thought of everything and spoke so eloquently, and it was a wonderful occasion. You two did as well. And I'm growing to love my green bin. And I'm just wondering, do the green bins get picked up every day from the schools?
Not from the outside of the school. So the bins, I know this is counterintuitive, but the bins on the outside school are red that hold the organics. The inside ones are green. Usually they're emptied every day by caretaking from the inside to the outside, and then they're picked up maybe once every 2 weeks. or if there seems to be a problem, if there's like, if it's really hot and there's lots of, you know, fruit flies and things, they might call and get them picked up sooner, but.
Thank you. I think it's a great program. I think it really cuts down on waste. Thanks.
Jenny?
I just think that we would be remiss if we didn't recognize this little, did you know, that and wish and express our appreciation and congratulations in the cost avoidance of over $1.5 million. That's amazing, incredible. That those contracts that you had the foresight to enter into for our division have saved us $1.36 million in electricity and over 300,000 in natural gas. So I just
Thank
thought
you
we-
for that, because I don't know, our budget would never have been able to handle it. I can tell you.
for sure.
So,
So
yeah,
thank you.
thank you. We worked with a consultant and that's paid off. Yeah,
That's amazing.
thank you.
How long are we in contract for?
Oh, I think we have another 5 years on the electricity and another 3 on natural gas. I'd have to
Only a
check.
few years to worry. I was going to ask a quick question as well. These site-based occupational health and safety teams, is this a new initiative for the staff or is this something ongoing?
No, we've had for 4 years now, we've had an internal responsibility system where we have site-based reps at each school site, represented by an ATA member, a QP member, and a 2843 member, and then member of administration, and they're the site-based occupational health and safety team. And then they send a member to our division-wide safety committee that we have meetings from. And so that's our way of having kind of, they're the eyes and ears of safety in our school because we can't be everywhere. And so they support providing if there's hazards or providing safety suggestions and things like that, so that we're on top of making sure that we're a safe school division.
Perfect. And just one last thing, sorry. It was my regret that I was not able to be there on Friday for the groundbreaking. I hear it was a very well executed event. I wondered if you wouldn't mind jogging my memory, the plans for the building for the school. When, is there somewhere I can look at them, or I know that we had a lot of planning sessions, but is there access to looking at what the school design is going to be for us or for the public?
So there's a little bit of, we have some information on our community engagement website under the Gary Station School. We've kept up to date with some pictures and some updates. The full plans, the actual schematic, I do not have a copy of that.
Okay.
I'm not in control of that, but we do, I think we just updated, we got a potential schematic design of what the interior looks like. There's exterior pictures of it as well on our website.
So I'll just add a thank you, Christine, to your whole team. I know that this last couple months and leading into September is certainly busy for your team that you oversee, with your finance people juggling everything around to have what we need in our schools, our tech being out there at all of our schools in the summer to make sure that they're up and going, and then the facility staff out there getting all the schools ready. Like, it's just amazing. Transportation, I would be remiss not to say that lots going on, but I think that lots of positive feedback as well. So I think that that's huge kudos to pass on to that transportation team, that yes, there are concerns and issues, but the positives have been very positive, very responsive. Almost every day, I think I see a new update that there's new routes and new adjustments, and I think that that's just that reflection of that communication and working together to really look at how do we make it a more positive system. So please pass that on to all your teams, but for sure that transportation team. Thank you. And then we will move on to instructional services. Is that you, Mike?
Yeah, just Morag sends her regrets. She wasn't able to attend today. Her report is there. If you have questions, I may be able to answer them. If I can't, we'll get you the answers, which is the most likely scenario. But if you do have questions, we'll try and answer them.
Jenny, go ahead.
My question was for the PUF program information. She's indicated that we have wait lists for our programs, and I wondered numbers for those wait lists.
Yeah, and I don't know off the top of my head, but I can certainly get you that. Yeah, yeah, you bet. I can just email it out to Trust.
Craig?
Oh, yeah, I'm just wondering about the nurses. And we might have discussed it last year. I know that we have some practicum cohorts, but have we thought about approaching Alberta Health Services about how valuable it would be to have a nurse in every school and that a cost sharing thing with them? Because what we're doing is that we have staff that isn't trained as a nurse trying to do some things in a school. And it probably would be better if we had nurses there. And I know a lot of schools in the States have that, like an on-site nurse. And I just think that that's something that we could look at, not right away, but something that we would just develop and say, is there a possibility of getting money for a pilot project of the valuableness of having a nurse in every school? Because I think it's important for the safety of children, even adults, because some things can happen. And so I would just like to see if we could look at the logistics of it. Not that we would do it, but just what's the possibilities there?
Sure, yeah, certainly, I don't know if formal conversations with AHS have occurred on that topic, but I know there's been many conversations about resources in schools, be they nurses, mental health resources, those sorts of things, but it's certainly something that we can flesh out. Yeah.
I just think, you hear the word that the teachers are overworked and we just keep piling on. And so I think we need to look at different avenues of mental health is another one, of how we could best serve our students and our staff. And if there's ways of getting extra money from even on a pilot project, it would be worthwhile, I think.
Andrea?
Um, the evaluation in the elementary schools for literacy and numeracy that happens in the fall, is that still going to be related to dollars coming from the government? Is that done or will there be funds coming?
Christine, do you want to start this one off or do you want me to? Okay, yeah. We're not sure is the honest answer. We talked about that recently, so we don't know. The information coming from the government has been a little slow in terms of the testing. And are they going to continue on with boost programs and those sorts of things? You'll see later, I flagged it in the board priorities to mention that there's a new numeracy tool that's been developed that we can use instead of a different tool. And so really what our focus has been, so yes, we're hoping to hear about money at some point, but our focus has been how do we streamline some of the things that we're doing? There's been so many changes. So there's things internally that we've already done, and then there's things that the government has asked us to do. And how do you navigate all that? And how do we make sure that it's not overwhelming in September and October? And frankly, it's a little challenging right now, no question about it. We've taken some steps to improve things, but it's going to take us a little bit of time. So I don't know specifically on the funding. We'll see if we can get you that answer as well when we get the answer. Yeah.
So I as well had questions about EAP and PUF and the wait lists. So I'll wait to hear more on that. Another question I have that you might not have the answer to is under behavioral support team. It says they're revamping our behavior support team model. And I'm wondering if you can provide us with any information of what that looks like.
Yeah, I can provide you with at least an initial perspective on it. So they used to be out of a school. Now they're working more out of the central office. Focus is pretty much the same in terms of the supports that we're providing, but we are looking at our supports. Is it sort of 1 or 2 days in, or is it more long term in specific schools? And a lot of that's going to depend on the needs of kids. So.
Sounds good. My other more of a comment, just because we just got an email today, is that the Try a Trade is coming out. You would have received that email. I know that it's not in here yet, but it is going to be November 22nd. So watch for that. It's pretty exciting to be able to work together with our community. I know that Andrew Cruel has done lots of work on working with the community businesses and partners to make that happen. So I know that'll be in here next. And then just feedback to Morag and her team that I think that this report format looks fabulous. I know that sometimes it's time consuming to get it all together, but it is just very eye catching, and appreciate the new format. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? Christina.
Can I just be reminded about the digital literacy project, the digital wellness, right? That was a grant. Is this the last year, middle year? Are we year 2?
Yeah, I believe we have one more year. I think it's into 2025. Yeah. We'll share a little more about their work when we get into board priorities, because they got some stuff cooking.
Not seeing any other comments. Thank you to Morag's team for all the work that they do. And we'll move on to Robbie.
Okay. Speaking to enrollment, please note in my report that the enrollment numbers were based on September 15th numbers. They continue to change. As of September 15th numbers, it looked like we were up about 300 students from the end of September in 2022. That being said, they continue to change. I don't anticipate that it will be up as much as 300, but we continue to make those adjustments throughout the week, and we will have a full report on final enrollment numbers at our October meeting. Staffing is going well. We have made some increases in FTEs in certain hotspots at certain schools, where we've been able to staff those successfully. We have some support staff positions that we've been able to staff, and so things are rolling along.
Craig, go ahead.
Just on the combined classes, that's just in elementary. Do you know how many combined classes we have in the division?
I don't have the exact number, Craig. That's a great question, but I could get that for you.
Yeah,
There aren't very many.
Okay. But that would just be helpful information if a parent asks us.
Yes, I will get that information.
thank you.
Thank you.
Christina.
I appreciated the adding the class size averages onto the presentation, because obviously that's always the big conversation in September, is how big is my kid's class? And I was wondering if you could just explain, just for the purpose of like the public meeting, how the contingency works. So knowing that we often don't know what September is going to look like, can you just give a bit more clarity about how the division plans for that flexibility, so that you can respond, like you said, to the hotspots, and just like a bit more about that?
I think in order to be articulate and correct, I may hand this over to Christine.
Certainly can do that.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem. So when we set our budget, we have our enrollment projections, and then what we do is if we don't meet our enrollment projections, so let's say they're less than what that we were projecting, we will actually get clawed back in the following year based on the way the funding formula works. And so we hold back a little bit of that money just in case our estimates might have been too high. Now, in this case, our estimates were lower than what came in, because we start predicting enrollments in December for the next school year. It's very, very difficult to guess. A lot of things happen between December and January. So we held back about, I think it was about $370,000 roughly, in contingency, just in case. And so we didn't staff, we didn't allocate it out, we didn't staff, we just held it back. So as we start seeing in July, August, September, the numbers start ticking up, Robbie gets lots of calls and say, okay, I'm starting to see, I'm getting a class of 32 kids here in grade 1. Need to do something. Obviously, that's too high. And so we start dishing out little bits of FTE. Sometimes schools know they were going to have money left over. They also kick in to help top up for FTE. And so then we go through there. I think also when we built the elementary model, there might have been a little bit of FTE that we did not also allocate at that time. And so all those little pieces add up to give money in the fall to address the hotspots, because we just don't, when we're doing the budget, we just never know where the kids are going to land, if there's going to move ins, move outs, change schools, that sort of thing. And so we hold that back so that we can do some adding staff. We don't like to take away staff. So if we can add staff where there's growth, then that's what we do.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just want to add a little bit more, because anytime I get an opportunity to speak about the concerns and challenges that are created by the WMA, I take that opportunity. In the old days, your September 30th count, you got every single student was fully funded. So however many kids you had in September 30th, you got additional money, which helped pay for, there's all of a sudden a grade 3 class goes from 22 to 27, and you need to split it or do something a little differently. And the challenge now is we get our budget and we know our number in February, March. But the challenge is we don't know what our enrollment's going to be and our funding doesn't change. So it's really tricky. And this year in particular, we're finding we're 99.8% staffed, but that last 0.2% this particular year is really challenging, because you just can't predict which grade 3 class will be overloaded or whatever. I'm just using that analogy. So yeah, that creates real challenges for us. Also, just as a finer point on what Robbie mentioned, it is common for the numbers now to go down, our K to 12 enrollment, because what happens is we got kids that are registered in the system, but haven't necessarily, we don't know if they're out or if they're at another school. Sometimes we get a request and we can pull them out pretty quickly. Sometimes we don't. It just takes time. So those kids will sit in the system until we know officially that they're no longer coming.
Christina and then Jenny.
Just to sorry, finish as a follow-up. If we had, just for, if, let's say we had fully funded for every student, and we had the ability to provide teachers for as many small classes as we could, do we like physically have the space? Like, how are we doing on like physical space and resources within the division in terms of the growing enrollment?
Well, we do. I mean, we do have capacity crunches at some of our schools. Certainly, there's strategies. Let's say if you didn't have a classroom, and you needed to reduce class size, you can do two teachers per classroom. I don't know if that's ideal, but I know that's a strategy. But right now, I think we're doing okay with space. It's when we have a school that's, let's take Cobanks for instance, that is never has enough room. They've used all their their breakout spaces, whatever they need to do in order to make a new classroom, and so we get by.
Jenny and then Craig.
I just for clarification, we have teacher hires 14 contracts. Are these does this include new contracts as well as replacement contracts, or is that just simply replacement?
Those are replacement contracts? Oh, and both. Sorry about that. Those are both. So 14 teacher contracts, including replacements. And so both kind of types of contracts, and the 3 acting administrator contracts.
And can you give us the number for new hires?
I-
New contracts?
I can get that for you,
Perfect.
yes.
Thank
Are you talking hired prior to August 1st? Or probationary contracts versus temporary
Yeah,
contracts?
just to provide understanding of that we're hiring new teachers to meet new demand of new students really is all I'm looking for. So I think that'll come out probably in our next meeting anyway. So
Absolutely.
that's perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll make sure to provide specificity on that.
Thank you.
You bet.
I was also wondering, would you be able to provide additional information? I echo that appreciation of including this class size averages for us. That's such great information, especially in conversation with our public. Are we able to ascertain that for our middle school as well as high school ages as well?
Yes, we will have that information. We are collecting class size averages for middle school currently. And we'll have that more specific information once enrollment numbers have been finalized. High school is a bit tricky when kids are constantly moving in and out of courses right now.
Craig?
Yeah, just additional on the support staff for October. Could you let us know how many are new contracts? And I don't know if, but an official welcome from the board for your being the HR person in our division. I
Thank
don't
you,
think
Craig.
we've made mention of it since this is our first board meeting, so public.
Yeah, we welcomed her at the organizational meeting,
Yeah.
but technically at this, at
And then
first official
Yeah,
regular meeting.
and then a question to Mike. Weighted, WMA stands for weighted moving average. Maybe Christine can help too. At what point does our percentage increase allow us to get more money from the government?
When our FTE enrollment is in excess of 2% of last year's FTE enrollment. And so we'll get 1,050 per student. So right now, I think it's estimated at about around 100,000.
Okay, and so a follow-up to that. Unfortunately, that means to the public that these children are not fully funded, even though they're citizens of the province, which is sad to say. But that extra 100,000 then could go to staffing in that probably. Okay, thank you.
We're just waiting to double check when everything gets fully reviewed and put out for September 29 numbers to make sure that we know what the number is, and then we have that available.
I have a question, Robbie. So in the class size averages and the combined classes, so a question that I've had from parents and from staff is in regards, not a question, but more comments in regards to class. I'm hearing that there's classes where the class in the morning will be like a grade 5 class in the morning is 20 kids, and then they don't have enough staffing and they're combining classes, but it's sounding like it's all grade 5. So it wouldn't fall into the combined classes below. So when we're looking at the elementary class average size, is that what their class sizes are in the morning when they have their smaller amount, or is that take into account when there's, 31 kids in that grade 5 class?
I can speak to that specifically, Allison. Thank you. That is one school, so that is not happening at all schools. That is one school in particular. We've had dialogue about that, and it's being managed quite well. And literacy and numeracy is absolutely the focus in the morning. And so there's art and health and physical activity in the afternoon. It's being managed very well. There's any situations where we see that happening in the Div 1, we've made adjustments so that isn't the case, that those class sizes are lower. So that is just a one school scenario. It's not happening at any other school.
Okay, so they're not multiple that are reflected in the numbers.
Correct.
Sounds good. Perfect. Are there other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Robbie. Thank you for your first report at our board meeting. We appreciate you being here in your new position and having the information for us, and we look forward to moving forward with you. So next is our board priorities report from our superintendent.
Awesome. And what I'll do is, I know you've read them, so I'll just go through some of the highlights. If there's questions, then you're more than welcome to ask. So yeah, just a few things under governance. Obviously, we've already talked about it a little bit, but the site ceremony at the new school was wonderful, and what a great opportunity and a great journey to be on to bring a new school to Lethbridge. That's pretty awesome. So it's going to be lots of work involved, but it's going to be very, very exciting over the next couple of years. Moving over to literacy, you see that Jody Babke is doing residencies, and that's where she's in schools working side by side along with teachers to improve literacy practice and really just help make sure our students are growing and that our teachers have support in terms of their literacy practice and just somebody to work together with. terms of numeracy, I had mentioned this earlier. We have a number of schools that are piloting a numeracy assessment. There used to be one called MIPI that was fairly well used across the province. Actually, it's created by a school division. When the new curriculum came in, MIPI no longer works with the new curriculum. So there's a new tool developed, obviously, by Elk Island Catholic School Division. A number of our schools are piloting that, and the government has given us permission to use that assessment tool in lieu of some of their other assessment tools. So we're really pleased about the government's willing to do that and partner that. And as with any pilot, there's ups and downs and little bumps in the road, but it's certainly something that we're looking at and something that we're going to have to grapple with over the next year or so. Is all the new assessments that are coming in. Are they going to replace some of the things that we're doing, or are they an add-on? And if so, are there things we can take off the plate? So. Innovation and technology. Just wanted to mention that the digital wellness team, they're organizing a digital wellness information event for parents. That'll happen in November. It's going to be at the Yates. There'll be mental health professionals there. There'll be members of Lethbridge Police Service there to answer questions. Moreg's coming to Division School Council to engage them a little bit in some of the questions. And I think the plan is to get questions from the community, then have the panel answer them. So there'll be more information coming for trustees on that, but just wanted to put that bug in your ear because it's a pretty exciting opportunity, and certainly great work by the digital wellness team, and obviously something that the board has spoke about, and something that we're going to continue to focus on. In terms of Indigenous education, as you all know, Truth and Reconciliation Week is happening, and there's been a number of events across the school division. And as many of you know, there's what Joel calls the world's largest teepee. I'm not sure that's an official title. I don't think it's in the Guinness Book of World Records, but LCI put that up, and so yeah, been very excited with that. In terms of, we mentioned earlier, we've had 200 new registrations come in from out of country, English as an additional language, and that's up from usual, so that's really good. Also, we have a new benchmarking document whenever students come and they especially if they qualify for funding as additional as English as an additional language students, there's some work that needs to be done to see where they're at, see where their English proficiency is at. And so Carmen has developed a document that Alberta Education is interested in using, as well as our partners in Zone 6 and CAS. So very excited about that. Jim Kerr continues to do his work in terms of working with students that are maybe not engaged in school, maybe not as attending as much as we'd like. This is a busy time for him, making sure he's connecting with kids, connecting with families. We really appreciate the work that Jim does. He's always got a full caseload, and it's important work to help get kids to school and make sure they're engaged and address the issues that are keeping them from school. Under leading learning and capacity building, had an opportunity to visit all of our new curriculum sessions that happened. It was the week of kind of September 11th, 12th, and around there. And I got an opportunity to speak to the teachers that were there. And I know the sessions were well attended and certainly well received by those in attendance. So really appreciate the work that Aaron Herkett did, the lead teachers, and everybody who was involved in organizing that and making it happen. And then you've heard a little bit about the Parabytes training that happened for our educational assistants. They were over at the Lethbridge Lodge, kind of end of August, I believe it was. I had an opportunity to stop by, and it was great. The learning was good. The feedback was good. I had an opportunity to speak with some of our educational assistants, and they really appreciated it and felt that the work was valued. And they're hoping that that continues and it maybe even gets expanded, and they get an opportunity to collaborate with teachers and do some of that PL as well. So as always, lots of good things going on in the division.
Craig?
A couple of questions. Are we gonna, now the government came out with some stuff on social studies grade 6, like they're trying to improve it. Are we gonna be involved in giving some input into that?
Yeah, we're, yes, is the short answer. There will be opportunities not only for school divisions, teachers, parents, staff members. So there's a survey. I was actually just Erin and I were just talking today about that, and she's clarifying some things on what the government wants done with the survey, how they're collecting the information, if Alberta Education is going to do that, or what role we play. Traditionally, it's been Alberta Education that takes the lead on it, and we just kind of get the information out. I'm assuming that's the case, but until I know, I won't say 100% for sure.
Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to be involved in that.
Yeah, we were pleased. It looked like on the surface anyways, based on the announcement. I mean, the devil's always in the details,
Right.
but we were pleased that there was going to be a robust engagement process for that. And that's certainly the impression that we've been given, and we welcome that.
Okay, now the other question is, along with the other curriculum that they've come out with, are we piloting any curriculum programs this year? Or is there any that are supposed to be piloted this year?
Yeah, I don't believe there's any that are being piloted this year. I'd have to check on that 100% sure, but I know there's going to be an opportunity to pilot this new social studies curriculum at some point once they've done the engagement process, and that's certainly something we'll take a good look at. Yeah, because there's certainly tremendous value in piloting new curriculum whenever possible.
And my last question is, do we know how many of potential students in the Lethbridge School Division are being homeschooled?
No,
Because-
I wouldn't know those numbers.
Because, well, is there a way to find out, I guess?
I'll see. Yeah, I'll put it on my list.
Because it would be interesting to know if some of our students that should be coming to the school division are being homeschooled, and what can we do to bring them into our fold, even if they want to stay as homeschooling. And if that's the other case is, if we find out we've got a number of homeschooling students, have we looked at the possibility of a hybrid system? I know other school divisions have started to develop where a student might stay home for math, social, the basics, and then come to a school for CTS, gym, or phys ed, those kind of courses. And that's a way of getting these kids involved in the school, and maybe eventually they'll come full time. So is that something that we're looking at implementing or trying to do?
It's not something that we've had a specific conversation on. We can certainly see if we can get some numbers. I can tell you in my experience, I know in some of our schools, that just happens naturally. There are parents, particularly as you start to get into that middle school and high school, where you're exactly right. There's a lot of specialized courses, specialized programming that's pretty difficult to deliver at home. And also there's extracurricular opportunities. So I know we have partnered with families and with students on that in the past. Yeah.
Thank you, and we'll look forward to some updates on that.
Andrea.
Thank you for your report as superintendent, your first one. So that's exciting. And I noticed that you talked about the 5125 Club, and I wanted to give a shout out to Carrie Fall for getting that amazing event up like right in September. So I just wanted to make a point of giving her a shout out. So thank you.
Jenny.
Just going back to the early learning section, thank you for this report. The early learning section for our EAP program, I know there was some conversation from the board with regards to changing dynamics with the changes that were made to that program last year. And part of that conversation was around the composition of the classroom would be different. And I think that we see that with these numbers with it looks like roughly about 65% of the kids accessing support. And so my request would just be if you could continue to keep the board apprised to how that dynamic is playing out, as it's a change that is new this year and something that there was some concern in the conversation around that.
Yes, absolutely. And I've had some conversations with our early learning folks, but that's something that I think you're exactly right, Jenny. We need to be very purposeful about connecting with the board and saying, here's where we're at. This is, what we've seen, what the changes have been, that sort of thing. So yeah, I've got a note of that, and we'll find an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thanks. Christina?
Yeah, Echo, thank you for sharing all these. And I appreciate the diversity of sort of highlights in here. In particular, thank you to all the staff that are working so hard as like trainers and being trained in so many things. Lots to get updated on for all of our professional education staff. So that's great. Couple questions. The youth engagement officer program, just so that it's not going to be changing. And if you could just remind me, does that mean that I feel like we don't have any, or we have one?
Yeah, we have one.
So
Yeah.
there's one youth engagement officer
Yeah.
still in the, okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you want me to give you more context on that, or?
no, it's okay. I just trying to remember. And then the multicultural calendar. I was just wondering if you have any sense of whether it's being accessed or being used, because it's still like quite separate from the main calendar. Like it's on like a completely separate page to see. And this past Monday was a significant religious holiday, and I know that certain staff and families had challenges sort of interacting their own culture with our school services. So just curious if we feel like it's being used, or if there's any other resources we can support with.
Yeah, it's a great question. My impression is yes, it's being used, but there's probably mixed practice depending on the school and the community, that sort of thing. So I know, and I certainly always take a look at it as well. But I mean, that's not, that's really not the question you're asking. So yes, but I think there's a fundamental question there. Are there areas that we can grow, and how effectively is it being used? And I'll see if we can find that out.
Yeah, no, and that's fine, and not necessarily like an action item at this point. It just like it's been about 2 years since we created that calendar, so it might be time for
What's been the impact?
the next set, or
Yeah.
see what might be reviewed. And I thought I had one more, but it's probably just sounds like things are busy. So good luck, everyone. Yeah.
And I can certainly add a couple of comments in regards to the youth engagement officer from a governance perspective. So I was able to attend the Lethbridge Police Service offered a town hall on the South Lethbridge, which include the police commission as well as the town councillors, city councillors that sit on that police commission. So I did speak in regards to the concern as a school board to not have youth engagement officers that we so much value and need, and just that prevention work, working together with our schools and students. Also, I did bring it up in regards to sitting on the education sector representative at Economic Development Lethbridge, and brought it up and discussed it at that meeting as well in regards to the concern for our community to not have those youth engagement officers. The biggest piece is the recruitment is not there for our Lethbridge Police Service. So when you look at their funded positions versus their actual number of staff that they have, it's a major concern for our community in regards to having the recruits. So when they look at the number of people that are applying for positions, there's not people applying for positions. So people aren't going into that career. So I think that we as an education system can certainly work towards and assist with that piece with, and I obviously haven't had time to share that yet with Andrew Cruel and through our superintendent, but I think just looking at some of those opportunities with our youth and our students to encourage them into that career pathway, and working together with what other opportunities might exist. But we are doing the advocacy that we can from a governance standpoint for that, to assist, to ensure that we have those youth engagement officers working with our students. Go ahead.
Just for
Nope, sorry, Craig.
Can I
Christina was
finish
just going to follow up.
the response? Sorry. Yeah, and I think for clarity from my like personal perspective, that it's not necessarily that I'm overly like the institutions have a relationship between, and certainly like part of our current institutional practice to support all of our students. And I think to me, it's about there continues to be holes in all the ways that we support young people in the needs that they have and the families' access to social services and the engagement that families need in order to be safe and cared for in our communities. And I was just curious about, because I know that there's lots of work being done about how do we connect with outside agencies to provide that non-education, like direct support. And so I'm just curious about that update. So.
Thanks, Christina. Craig.
I would say that the youth engagement officer is a problem throughout the province. It's just not specific to Lethbridge and Lethbridge School Division and Holy Spirit. This would be a perfect opportunity to bring it up at public school boards and also ASBA, that we need to have a lot more serious discussion with the intergovernmental agencies to ensure that there's funding available for these type of officers. And I think that's a great way to use our membership in these two organizations.
Thanks, Craig. See no further questions, comments. So you're done with your report? So
I've still got more.
next is the World Teachers Day.
Yes, I'm adjusting to all the things that I'm reporting on. So yeah, World Teachers Day. I think the memo's fairly obvious. We really appreciate the work our teachers do. We appreciate the work that all of our staff does. And Garrett, I believe we do some things to recognize World Teachers Day as well. But it's always a good opportunity to just share the wonderful work that our staff does. And obviously October 5th, the focus is on teachers. So yeah, I know the board joins everyone on executive council, and just a huge thanks to the work that our teachers do and the skill and professionalism they show every day.
Andrea.
Do we get treats out to the schools on that day? Or no? Okay, it's another time we do. Okay.
But definitely we join executive council in all of our appreciation for our teachers on World Teacher Day on October 5th. And our appreciation is there for all that you do day in, day out through your evenings and weekends. We know that you are working tirelessly for our students, and please also be sure to take a break and don't work every weekend and everything, but we appreciate everything you do. So happy World Teachers Day on October 5th. Next is calendar of events.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty straightforward unless there's questions, comments. Okay.
We got them all, Kristen.
Thank you to Kristen. That would have been her taking care of that. So school showcase and acknowledgement of excellence. I know you read through all of these, so I certainly won't go through them verbatim at all. I'll just hit a couple highlights that stand out for me. First of all, Mike Mountainhorse, always been a strong focus on literacy and numeracy, but particularly through a lens of project-based learning. And they talk a lot about their Welcome Back Spirit Assembly, Meet the Teacher, and how many families are there. One of the things, if you go to Mike Mountainhorse, if you get the chance to go to one of their project-based learning sessions, it is just phenomenal. The kids do a great job with it. The community's there, and it's absolutely wonderful. So, they do a great job of really connecting the community with the students' learning as well. Like I was there they did food trucks, and the students, I think it was grade 4s, had to create their own food truck, and they had to talk about the process. And there was, probably 70 parents in the gym. It was just fantastic. So, and General Stewart Elementary, again, a small school in terms of population, but boy, do they do a lot at that school. And a couple things that always really stand out for me when I go to General Stewart. One is the leadership of the students. They do a great job, particularly with those kids who are in grade 4 and grade 5. I was talking with the grade 5s, at the start of school, and they all know that they're leaders in the school, and there's a whole bunch of things they need to do. And that's one of the really cool things about a smaller school like that. Chris has always been very intentional about connecting Blackfoot ways of knowing with the school, making sure that he's modeling it himself, speaking Blackfoot, those sorts of things, making sure he's connecting with the Indigenous education team here at Central Office. Always does a great job with that. And then when they have a Halloween day, when they have a Remembrance Day, whatever it is, the community is there and excited and supporting the kids. I got a chance to be one of the judges for their air guitar last year, and it was awesome. Andrew was there as well. well. And then one of the neat things they do, because they are a smaller school, sometimes it's hard to collaborate because you don't have 3 or 4 grade 3 teachers or grade 1. And so I know they purposely partner with Coalbanks quite a bit to do some collaborative work and to make sure they have those opportunities to really share with colleagues, because that's really critical as you move your practice forward. So yeah, thanks to both Mike Mountainhorse and General Stewart. They just do a fabulous job, and we appreciate all that they do.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mike. I know that there's one more item for you to cover, but it might have a little bit of a discussion. So I'm wondering if we can jump to our timed uh, guests for, well, I guess they're not totally timed, but we have our international trips that we could just bump ahead if that works. So we'll start with the LCI one. If you guys want to come to the hot seat. So normally Mike Morag would introduce. Did you want to introduce or just have them go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Aaron, do you want to? Yeah, why don't we just turn it over to you?
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, everybody, for giving me your time today. So I am Erin Roberts, and I lead the choral music program at LCI. And I'm here today to ask for the board's approval in an international choral competition that I would like to take the LCI Chamber Choir to in March of 2024. We're pretty proud of the fact that we've been accepted to participate in this festival. It's like I said, an international music festival where you have to submit recordings and you have to apply to attend. And there are many groups around the world that apply every year, and we have been selected to participate in this event. So the kids were very thrilled to hear that they were one of the groups that was invited to come. So this international festival is called the Vox Lucensis Concorso Chorale. It's been running for several years. The last 3 years have been under a new board of directors, but it's been running for many, many decades in this small medieval town called Lucca, Italy, which is in Tuscany. It's just a short train ride from Florence. And choirs from all over the globe come to participate in this 4-day music festival. And so, as far as I know, we would be the only group that would be coming from Canada. So, we would be representing the nation in this amazing festival. And so, that's why I'm here today, because I would love to get your approval to take these kids on this amazing opportunity. So,
Craig, go ahead.
What grades are included in this?
okay, so the LCI Chamber Choir is grades 10 through 12.
Okay.
And so we've got kids who are, the youngest would be 15 at the time of our departure. And then we've got kids who are turning 18
Okay.
this year.
And I noticed that you're probably well aware that Easter holiday starts on the 29th, and this
Yeah.
is the week before.
Yeah.
So you've probably, just so that we're aware, you've probably got some sort of situation where they're going to keep up with their studies.
Yeah, so this is the problem that occurred in scheduling the trip, is that I really don't have control over the dates of the
Right.
festival. So I don't set the dates. So yes, the kids would be away from their classes the week before spring break. So the students know that this is the set schedule and that it's their responsibility to notify their teachers, and all the staff will be made well aware in advance that these kids will be missing school for the week before. And the kids have a criteria that they have to follow in order to be on this trip. We count it as a privilege to be able to go, that the students are well aware that they are staying on top of their studies, they're attending their classes. We have no trouble with attendance or assignments being late, and that whatever is missed that week will be made up during spring break, or perhaps will have already been completed before they leave. So yes, it is a little bit unfortunate that they would have to miss a few days of school before the spring break. But we're hoping that between the kids being responsible and also the educational experience that they will receive away on this trip, that it will be worth the absence of time.
I appreciate the fact that you're putting the responsibility on the students. I think that's important as they're in high school, that they know what they have to do. So that's good to hear. And I'm really excited about this program because it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for those students in the choir. So thank you.
Christine?
Well, Erin, congratulations on being chosen to represent at this festival, representing Canada and Lethbridge. If trustees have not had the opportunity to see the choral choir, I highly recommend it. They're a phenomenal group of individuals, and I've heard nothing but praises for your leadership of them. So thank you for being part of our division family and leading these kids. One question I have: the total for the trip is 4,550 per student, and you said that there's been 2 years of fundraising to offset the cost.
Yeah.
So, what could you please give us the number of what that impact is per student? And I also I don't like funds being the reason why a student cannot have an opportunity. So are there steps in place to enable students who wouldn't have the funds to participate?
Yeah, so a great question. We have a parent group at LCI in the choral music program. There's a parent group that works specifically on fundraising. And so there's been many years leading up to this school year where we have raised funds and either the trip was canceled due to COVID or various things. So all of that money has been banked. And currently right now there's about $25,000 that's just banked in funds that the kids have raised over the past several years. So the quote that's in the file that I gave you, that is as if we were without any fundraising money whatsoever. And I've also set it higher than what I think it will be because I'm counting each student as an individual traveler rather than a group rate that we will receive as a group flying together. So that hopefully the cost will come down quite significantly for the airfare. To answer your question about the funds going to specific students, there are individual funds that have been raised by students, and then there are funds that belong to the group as a whole. So various students, depending on how much they have raised over the last few years, their total cost will come down. Other students may have to pay more because they have not been fundraising for the past 2 or 3 years. So the cost will vary depending on each student's participation in our fundraising programs. However, this year we're really focused on group fundraising. So we have a board that is in charge of creating 50-50 raffles at the football games and various different things that they have planned. They've got like some duck. I'm not involved in this, but there's some sort of duck race that's happening. It sounds kind of funny, but there's a duck race that raises a lot of money apparently. So that's going to be happening. The raffles, the 50-50 tickets. We do a silent auction at our winter concert that raises us a good amount of money every year. And then we will have individual fundraising as well. So it's our goal for sure that the kids, there's 40 kids in the class. They've been auditioned and we set the limit at 40 individuals. And we hope that all 40 will be able to attend. So between myself and my parent board, we are working really hard to provide every opportunity so those kids can come. So, yeah.
Andrea?
Thanks for all the wonderful planning you've done. This sounds so exciting. I have been to Luca with the LCI choir, so I'm picturing you
Yeah.
being there, and it's wonderful, and it's something that the children will never forget. And it said something about a parade. Do you know if the choirs parade through the street?
Yes. So I'm not sure if they did that when you went years ago with your sons, I think, in the chamber choir. So yeah, so the choirs gather together in this, like I said, it's a very small medieval town where the students can actually walk across town in the span of maybe 20 minutes. But the choirs from the globe meet at various points in this town. And in the center of Luca, it's sort of shaped like an amphitheater. And it has alleyways from all different directions. And so the choirs from Spain will come this way, and the choirs from England will come, and we will be marching, and we have our flag, and we sing together, and we all gather. And the town of Luca is there watching because it's a very well known festival, and the surrounding towns as well all come. And we sing together right there the first day in the town square, I guess you could call it. So just to be there in that environment, I think will be an amazing experience for these kids.
Thank you, Craig.
Now, is this a competition?
It is, yes.
So the Lethbridge City Council used to have, if you went to an international competition where you could win, funding
Oh,
for any organization. There's been a number of sports teams. So I would encourage you to
Yeah.
apply to, get a hold of the city and find out if they're willing to give some
to
money.
make a
Yeah,
donation.
because they will sponsor competitions that have either national or international flavor where you could win. So I'll just
Thank
encourage
you.
you to do that.
Thank you for that information.
Christine? Yep.
I would like to move that the Lethbridge Collegiate Institute trip to Italy in March 2024 be approved by the board on the condition that all division policies and procedures are strictly followed, and with the understanding that future travel advisories and/or vaccination requirements may affect the trip's ability to proceed.
Excellent. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Congratulations. Enjoy the trip.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our So we'll just bump the GS Lakey one until they come, or we hear back if we're just gonna go ahead with the approval of that. So we'll go back to 8.5 and finish off Mike's report with the trustee membership on committees.
Yeah. Moving around in my agenda here. This is for the most part just information. I believe it's going to inform some of our conversation a little bit later when we get into the committees, but there was a question about, well, how many committees have 2 trustees as members? In terms of standing committees, policy advisory committee is the current, you can see the current language there, 1 trustee, and then an alternate. I know there's going to be conversation later about changing that. We'll leave that to then. And then I just added in, just for your information, the other committees that had 1 trustee. Likely, we didn't talk about changing those. We'd really just look at the standing committees because, you know, we're doing a joint one with Holy Spirit. It wouldn't make sense to unilaterally change it. So just information for you. As well, the Division School Council, that will come up later. We'll talk about membership on that as well, because I know the trustees were interested in some conversation on that. So unless there's questions, that's it for that agenda item.
Seeing no questions, we're good. So thank you, Mike, for your first report as superintendent. You did great. I know it's lots of information, certainly that bouncing back and forth. You covered quite a lot of ground there. Sounds good. So next we'll move on to 10.3, the policy review.
Thank you. You can read the background, but parents are the largest stakeholder group in the division, other than students. They also represent the largest group in our schools, the students. Therefore, it'd be appropriate to have a second parent on the committee. And the second part of it is that there's currently nowhere to review procedures in our division. And I don't want the board to be tied down to reviewing all of the procedures, but there needs to be a check and balance on everything in the division. And the policy review committee, if we changed it to the policy and procedure review committee, then they would be able to, because they have stakeholders from every group in the division, would be able to look at the procedures that administration produces and say, yes, it goes with the policy. And then it can just be for us to receive we don't need to be voting on procedures, but I think there would be it would be good to have a check and balance on all procedures. But the board doesn't need to be debating those, and that this is the perfect place to do it. And so that I think I would recommend that we add another parent to the Policy Advisory Committee and that the Policy Review Committee be changed to the Policy and Procedure Review Committee.
Okay, so I just want to provide some clarification because the title of it is Policy Committee Review.
Oh,
I just want to
yeah,
make sure
policy
that
committee.
we're dealing with two separate pieces because we also have a Policy Review Committee. Okay, right? So let's
Well,
look at our.
yeah, I would say that should be morphed into Policy and Procedure Review Committee. That's the goal of that
So the
motion.
one that's currently the Policy Advisory Committee,
Oh,
that's
yeah, it's the one that I was on last year.
okay. So the Policy Advisory Committee, you're referring to all of this as one,
Yeah,
right? So it's in regards to, just so all trustees have clarity, it's in regards to the Policy Advisory Committee. And your first request is that there be two parents instead of the one.
right.
And your second request is that the Policy Advisory Committee become the Policy and Procedure Committee.
Advisory Committee, whatever. Yeah,
Okay, so just remove the word review
yeah,
from the
right.
memo. That's
Sorry
in front
about
of you.
that.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that we are talking about,
The same thing.
we're all talking about the same thing and we're not
And-
talking about the policy.
And I will
review
talk
committee.
about something a little later when we go to the terms of reference for the policy committee too.
Okay.
So, but those are the two main items. And
Okay.
I think it's smart and it allows for, like I say, the checks and balances to be there, but not bogging the board down with having to deal with, if we're dealing with policies, we don't need to deal with procedures. We just need to be informed of the procedures, but
So I'm guessing this is GS Lakey. So Craig, knowing that this is your memo that you brought forward, are you okay if we pause and we turn things over to GS Lakey to come and do this trip request?
Okay. Thanks for having us.
So we do have public that is watching live stream and it's recorded. So it's really important that on your mic here, the light needs to be on. So you're going to press the talk button. Yep. And you need, oh, it's off now. And whoever is speaking, so if you pass it down the line, that's fine. Just make sure that we can all hear you.
Alrighty, thank you for having us. My name is Christy Legg. I teach the dance program at GS Lakey Middle School. I have for a very, very long time. Not going to tell these guys how long I've been there. And we're really excited to be here to present to try and get our international trip approved. Where are we going, ladies? Where are we going? Hollywood. Yes, I brought the dimples for effect to close with, and they're going to tell you a little bit about some of the benefits that they would experience if they get to go. We have Mr. Dirch here. He's our principal from GS Lakey. We'll have one of our administrators accompanying us on the trip. And yeah, so do you want me to go through a little bit of the itinerary? Perfect. I don't know, is there a clicker I can use or if someone, do you want me to just give you a thumbs up? Okay, perfect. Yeah, you can, yeah. Awesome. Okay. So, oopsies. First day, we would be going to Santa Monica Pier. The kids would not be swimming in the ocean, we'd just be checking it out. A little sightseeing through Beverly Hills, and then get to go to this studio to take some private classes. And we've been watching virtual tutorials at this very studio for a very long time. So it'd be so neat to actually take them to the space that we've been learning about. From there, some of the sightseeing items, we go to the Griffith Observatory, the Hollywood sign, and then we would head to the hotel. Day 2, we sent in an application last year for the students to perform live on the City Walk LED stage, and we got approved for that. So we would put together a performance, and after that, obviously hit up some rides while we're there. Day 3, we would go to a world-renowned studio. Millennium Dance Complex has had all walks of life. They've had some of the world's best choreographers and performers and dancers, and we've already got space booked for 3 hours of workshop. We start all together, and then they branch into 2 different studios and create a customized plan so all the kids would feel successful, and we'd have a variety of levels and styles. Good. Then, of course, we got to stop by some of the touristy things, snap a pic on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Disney Concert Hall has some amazing educational experiences for kids, and I've been dealing with them, deciding what exactly we should do. And just across the street is the American Contemporary Ballet, and we're dealing with them to see if we can line up a dancer meet and greet. And also the Music Center is phenomenal. Right now, you can check like a live YouTube camera and you can step on a line outside and start dancing, and it'll create this visual abstract video on a huge LED screen, which is kind of neat. There's the Disney Concert Hall. And lastly, we can't go all that way and not perform and party at Disneyland. So we would go there for a couple of rides, film a music video, and the cost, I've done my very best to get it as low as possible. And so it's approximately 200 Canadian. This is going with a new company. Normally I've gone with EF Tours in the past when we've done our New York trips. And this company has been amazing. They've been really quick to get back to us and great with customizing and working with multiple quotes to get costs down. And so Infinity Tours and Events is who we've been dealing with. And they've secured some flights through WestJet as well as Lux Busing. And they deal with Embassy Suites by Hilton Hotels. And we've got a couple narrowed down depending on if we do the 3-night or the 4-night. So the $2,000 would include the chartered bus, the flights, the tour guide, 3 to 4 hours of workshops, our tours, admission to Universal Studios, our performance, and the Disney Park Hopper Pass, as well as breakfast. Okay, so we would want to take no more than 32 kids. And I'd love to have a ratio, not love, we would have at least 6-to-1 ratio of adults to students. When we went to New York, we had a 3-to-1 ratio, but I feel like the places that we're going here are a little bit more secured areas. We'd have at least 1 or 2 teachers and one of our administrators, 3 to 5 parent chaperones, lots of fundraising opportunities. This young lady, I think, raised, how many beef jerky bags did you sell? Yeah, so she sold 84 bags of beef jerky when we were fundraising for our dance performance. She even came to my door. I was like, oh my gosh. So I do think if the students are motivated enough, they can definitely offset a lot of that cost. So we're going to set up a program through extreme fundraising and obviously sponsorship. And we're also looking to hopefully provide some scholarships for students who have a little bit more financial difficulty. And bottle drives, my husband has some trailers we can use. Safety, I'm sure, is the number one concern on your mind. So obviously the 6-to-1 ratio, we would never be traveling without an adult. So we're either all in a group or we're in our pods, and each pod is assigned like a dance mom or a dance dad. And they would stick with that posse. Kids would not be just free reign. I train them very well to do roll calls. We tell them to get lined up, and it's just like the Army. They get lined up in 2 perfect lines and they do their numbers, and we can do quick checks, or if there's ever a situation where we need to get their attention quickly, they'll be trained to do that. Obviously the hotel has security. I've checked and double checked and triple checked all the places we've gone and researched crime, and I feel very confident with the places that we are going. We're not going to be in any unlit streets late at night. We will have a tour guide with us.
You've made it clear, which I'm very happy with, that we're not permitted on any open roller coasters or any high intensity roller coasters, which is good because Mr. Dersh was scared of those anyways. Also, I know, there's a lot going on in the world and global warming and wildfire season over there, but the research that I've done has shown that it's more likely starting in the drier months of the summer. There is a pool at the potential hotels that we're looking at, and I know I would have to be standing right there beside the children, arm's reach. I was a lifeguard as well, so if needed, could use those skills. So I understand fully the dangers of water, and no one would ever be unsupervised. Definitely would not let the kids go swimming in the ocean. Obviously, there's different levels of insurance that the tour company also can provide in the event that someone is sick and they need to cancel and they want pretty much a full refund. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to these beautiful ladies and they're going to talk about some of the educational benefits.
Sydney. And I'd just like to talk about some benefits. So, exposure to different dance styles, music, and choreography can be incredibly inspiring. The dance schools we would be going to are world renowned, and to have the opportunity to attend these classes would be a life changing experience. Dancing with under the guidance of renowned instructors can help improve our dancing skills. Learning from different perspectives can make you a more versatile dancer. This trip would involve interaction with dancers and instructors from around the world. This can lead to valuable connections within the global dance community.
Yes. I'm Ivy. Okay. So, traveling abroad and performing in different settings can boost your self-confidence as a dancer. It pushes you out of your comfort zone and encourages personal growth. It broadens your worldview and fosters a greater appreciation for diversity. Traveling to another country with our classmates would be a life-changing experience. It would be a chance to explore new places, try new foods, and engage in exciting activities beyond dancing. Our generation was greatly affected by COVID, and I feel like an opportunity like this would really make up for lost time and opportunities with others.
Hi, I'm Rory. Participating in international dance trips and performances can enhance your dance portfolio and make you more appealing to dance schools, companies, or college down the road. Travel challenges you to adapt to new environments, overcome obstacles, and become more adaptable and resilient, which are very valuable life skills. Going on a dance trip to another country is not only a fantastic opportunity for artistic growth, but also a chance to be inspired, make lasting memories, and develop important life skills.
And that's our
Excellent,
quick
thank
shameless
you.
plug. We got a show March 7th. We'd love to see you all there, either in
Excellent.
the audience or perhaps on stage. Hey.
So Craig, start off with the questions.
Well, just one. Uh, Since I taught Mr. Dersh back in the day,
Ooh.
I didn't teach him dancing, so are you going to let him take the dance
Yeah.
lessons too?
They tried.
Yep. Actually, when we went to New York, we invited all the parents and Mr. James and all the other supervisors got up and did a class at Alvin Ailey. So it was,
I think he would do pretty
I think
good.
you should. I think you should. Yeah. We could find some two-stepping somewhere.
Christina.
First of all, thank you. Great presentation. Honestly, maybe the best presentation I've had for one of these trips. So I really appreciate it. Well done, everyone. And I really appreciate all of the feedback that you all provided about why this is important to you. I think that makes a really big difference to us to know as a board, how we can support your learning. So thank you. That was a good job. And thank you very much for the safety slide. That is always like our main concern. And I think you went through all those pieces really well. One of the questions I had about safety in general for these type of instructional trips, and this might be like a you guys question, is I know that we have a policy about assessing like the training or the competencies of folks that we contract for trips. So like the dance classes. Like how do we assess whether they're safe classes to take? Like I'm sure that they are, but just curious how we know that.
Yeah, well, we would rely on the professionals, so that's part of the vetting process
Mhm.
with any school looking to go in the group. They evaluate the tour group. So Infinity Tours, for instance, is a very recognized tour group that we're very confident in providing tours. I trust Christie's expertise in knowing that the type of classes that the kids will be engaging in, and that sort of thing. And just as an aside, now that I've got the mic, we do have, and by the way, I want to just say thank you. You did the best risk assessment I've ever seen on one of these presentations. So you made me happy. But we also do, just for the trustees, and we do this, the division does hold, we do buy student outbound travel insurance, blanket travel insurance that covers any of our students if they're traveling even to Edmonton, Calgary, United States, or even in Italy, Greece, whatever. So that as that additional layer of insurance can get them home if there's ever an incident, helps with cancellation, that sort of thing. And also the help will address any medical emergencies. There's a card you can get and will assist with that. So we have lots of levels of insurance as well to help when they're away.
I think for me, the big piece was just about the like child safety during dance classes, just because it is, as you know, as a professional,
Yeah, you bet.
just like a higher risk activity in terms of like the safety of children
Yeah.
and like manipulating environments
Mhm.
and things like that. So
Mhm.
I appreciate that.
And two more things, we would always have a staff employee in the room as well, because sometimes we're splitting into two classrooms. And as well, we would not be doing any acrobatics or, any advanced break dance or anything that's a little bit more high risk. It would be a little bit more basic.
Thank you to each of you students for coming forward. I know it's not only the experience you're going to have on this trip if we approve it, but just the experience coming here to the board. I think that that's really big. You had to each prepare what you were going to say, and I'm sure you practiced, and all of you did really well speaking here today. So that was a huge piece too. So congratulations on that. Craig.
I would move that the GS Lakey Middle School trip to Los Angeles in May 2024 be approved by the board on the condition that all division policies and procedures are strictly followed, and with the understanding that future travel advisories and/or vaccination requirements may affect the trip's ability to proceed.
I see the smiles on the girls. There's one more step. Is there any further questions? So now this is the big step. Those in favor? And that's carried. So you guys get to go on your trip. Have a great time. And we'll see you in March at your performance. Yay. Thanks, guys. Excellent. Thank you. So now, that was great to have the kids in here. Okay. So now we'll go back. We are at 10.3. So we were just clarifying that there's two pieces that Craig has brought forward, and they are to the Policy Advisory Committee. So the first item is that we add another parent, and the second piece is that we change it to Policy and Procedure Advisory Committee. So looking for comments. Tyler.
I just had a question. Craig, is this just you bringing it forward, or is this the Policy Advisory Committee who's had a discussion about this bringing it forward?
No, it's basically myself after sitting on it for 2 years.
Okay, I just for me, I'd like to see the Policy Advisory Committee just I'd rather have it go there first. And if
Yeah.
them say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, this will work for us, this is a better idea, this is a better way to go, I think that's great. Or otherwise, maybe let's say, well, yeah, but let's also do this or that or the other. That's the only thing I'd say.
And
I appreciate your comments, and I think it's important, but I can see your point of putting it to the policy advisory committee, and if they feel so inclined, then, but it's just been that we don't have any place to do the procedures, and that's the main thing, so.
And I can just add, because maybe to recall for you, Craig, is that there was some emails this summer that did come forward from parents requesting this. So I know you recall that?
Yeah. There was email saying that they would like to have another person on the policy advisory committee.
And Jenny, you had your hand up.
I was just going to express my appreciation for both sentiments of your motion, and I also like the suggested strategy from Tyler. So I would be in favor of taking it that route and revisiting it. But I appreciate the idea behind both things. I know that I have heard that about parents as well. That's feedback that I have received as well, is with only one parent, that parent isn't always able to be there. And so sometimes that voice is missing at the table. So thank you.
Mike?
I'll just jump in with a quick comments just for the board to consider. And certainly I agree this is a big topic we need to discuss. I know in our committee of the whole on September 12th, we began the process of priorities. We've got a little more work to do in our next committee of the whole to finish our prioritization process. And my thought is once we've done that, I'm reading the tea leaves, but I know policies and procedures is something we're going to talk about. Maybe once we've prioritized that, maybe that's an opportunity to have a little bit of more in-depth conversation on this, as we move forward, because I think there's lots to talk about here.
Craig?
I appreciate those comments, and quite frankly, it was just to get the ball rolling on some things. So if we wanted to delay this motion, that's fine with me, and to be able as a committee of the whole to look at where we want to go with our policies and then how to develop it so that policies and procedures are there and they can be vetted and it doesn't tie the administration down, it doesn't tie the board down. So I'm willing to just delay the motion if that's the consensus of the board.
So yeah, we can table it till the next meeting if you're good with that. And
Yep.
if you can clean up and I can help you, just clean up the language so that it's just extremely clear. My comments, obviously I received same information you did from parents with their wanting to have that voice. It's great to have parents involved and having that perspective on the policy advisory committee. In addition to that piece, I would like to see more information that you're speaking to adding the procedure piece. I don't feel that there's much information here of why you feel that that's important or what that impact would be. So if you are taking it back to policy advisory committee, if you could have some discussion on what that, adding the procedure piece to this committee, what that would look like.
Well, since I'm not on the policy review committee, I will do it at committee of the whole so that the chairperson can then take it to the policy review committee. That will be at our committee of the whole. I will have a better presentation. I just wanted to get the ball rolling so that we're aware of what's coming, what I think we should be looking at as a board and working with the administration.
Okay, thank you. And let me know if you need help to clean up that language on that. Thanks, Christina.
Can I just ask for another piece of information in advance of the next time we talk about it? I wasn't aware that there was information or emails about that. So if that could be provided, or like some additional context about the communication requesting that would be helpful.
So Craig, if you're able to, I think you received it because you were the chair of that committee. So if you can.
Yeah, I can. I thought it went to everybody, but I will forward it
Yeah,
to
that'd be
everyone.
awesome. Thank you. And then just as sort of like a friendly consideration, because I would agree about the value of making sure that student voice is heard and hearing from parents on behalf of their children. And I would just suggest that maybe we could have a conversation about the voice of students on that if we're going to be looking at how do we incorporate all the important voices in reviewing, especially like critical policies. As we're all big champions of our students, how do we make sure that we're hearing them as both members of their own families as well as independent individuals, in particular those older youth. And then the procedures one, just if we were going to have this conversation again, I would just need a bit more information about what our current our current policies say about procedures. So we would need to know like which ones would need to be changed if we were going to change how we review proceed. Do you know what I mean? Like the cycle.
Yeah. Same with me. I need
Feels
more
technical, and I'm
in
not sure
there
where
to
it
make
would be
sure
in the loop.
we're really keeping it at that governance level, right? When we're adding, if you're gonna add
Yeah, so
procedures.
my biggest one is just like sort of a friendly non-amendment because we're not going forward, but the student voice piece, I'd love to have that conversation.
Okay, Craig?
Actually, that had occurred to me that as we look at it, and I just, as I say, wanted to get the ball rolling, but at the committee of the whole, I can present a detailed plan on having a student on the representation or 2 students to make sure that we have a voice. The second thing is on the procedures, it's just, and I would go on with some boards, procedures aren't discussed at all and they're just accepted. But I just feel, and I'll put that in the motion, we need a check and balance on everything we do so that we know that whatever we're doing is in the best interest of students, best interest of the division. And the board doesn't need to get involved with procedures, but there has to be some sort of committee that actually just says, yeah, this is a good procedure, we approve it, and it just comes to the board for acknowledgement. Or it can go back to Mike and say, maybe you could look at a couple of things. And that way we're not wasting. We're not taking a lot of time in our board meetings to discuss something that's the administration's job, but it does give the administration some feedback on everything on the procedures, which I think by having all the stakeholders involved is a good thing. So I will detail all of that for the committee of the whole to digest, as well as probably some other things.
Thank you for that. Next item is request for information for public forum. So the item is actually on request for information on public presentation and public forum. So I put forward a request for information just for us to look at and review what other boards, maybe other city councils do that have similar size, similar demographics to what we do. When we have our requests for public presentation and public forum, I think that there's certainly some holes within our policy, and I'd like to be able to have clear what policy is so that we can get to that point of having it clear. And I would like to see what other similar demographic organizations do, and then we can decide next steps. So this isn't a determination that we're going to change policy or anything, but it's just so that we can look and see. And I think just being able to have something more clear in the future would be most beneficial, rather than trying to make what is best of any situation. I think it's best if we look to request our superintendent to provide information to us as a board to determine next steps. So no comments. So with that, I would like to move that the board requests the superintendent to provide information to the board on policies and practices from other boards in Alberta and in other jurisdictions related to public presentations and public forums. The information requested should be from similar demographics such as urban, publicly elected, as well to include any legal parameters necessary for the board to consider. So any further comments? Craig?
One comment I have is I go through this, our agenda. We have a number of policies that are being listed or wanting to work on. And to me, and I talked to Mike about this, we have 165 policies. That's way too many. Even, and I can't remember her first name, but Mrs. Cassius that came and presented to us last week said, or last year said she would never work with a group that had that many policies. One of my concerns about doing it the way we're doing it is that we're just jumping all over the place. And I think we need to sit down at a committee, and that it'll be at a committee of the whole, that I would like to have an ad hoc committee that formed, that we can present a plan that we have with the board and the administration to look at reducing the number of policies between 15 and 30, which means.
If we can just stay on
But
task with
I
the
guess
motion.
what I'm saying is that all of these things are connected to that problem. So I don't know when we should bring it up, but we do need to, and maybe I can bring it up later at the meeting, but we're just jumping all over the place with our policies. And we need to develop something that works for the board, for the school division, and for the public.
Yep. So we've had that discussion, and that's a discussion that we're having at Committee of the Whole. So did you have further comments in regards to the request for information? Okay, thank you. Any other comments? And those in favor? Oh, Jenny has a question, sorry.
I just wanted to, being that we're asking something specifically of our superintendent, I just wanted to verify that this is clear and specific enough in what we're asking from you, recognizing that you've got a lot on your plate, and just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak should you have the desire.
Thanks, Jenny. I appreciate it. No, I will, I'm very comfortable speaking up. Christine, I'll have a couple questions on yours when we get to it, but no, I believe I know what I need to get, and I should be able to do that in a relatively, parts of it are going to be a little tricky, but I think I'll be able to get some information that'll be useful for the board. Yeah, thanks for that, Jenny. Appreciate it.
And just because the request is to the superintendent doesn't mean that he's the one that's going to be doing it. It's just as a formality that as a board, we only have governance over our superintendent. So that's who the direction is provided to, and he can have whoever. But thank you. So those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. As Andrea flies off. Excellent. Okay. And next is request for information for vaping, and Christine.
Thanks, Allison. Vaping has been considered to be a significant issue for quite a few years now. And as trustees and community members, we've heard concerns from students, staff, and parents regarding vaping and the health ramifications on our students, especially vaping activity on school property, and particularly in washrooms. We've had staff, or I'll speak for me, I'm writing this. I've had staff speak to me about not knowing when activity is happening. And I've had students speak to me about not feeling comfortable or able or safe to enter into a washroom space in a school. And so on our ASBA level, there is advocacy for research on vaping. And for our division policy 502.1, our board is committed to providing a welcoming, caring, respectful, and safe learning environment that respects diversity and fosters a sense of belonging. And so I think when we have activity like this happening that raises concerns amongst all stakeholder stakeholder groups, we're prudent to look into it and be as proactive as we can to protect students and ensure a safe environment for all students to belong. And so this was a conversation that we did hold at a facilities committee very briefly. And so I'm coming to the board, to this board meeting, recommending that we receive information on what is being done on an operational level. And so Christine Lee, I would ask if you would have any information to provide.
I do, thank you. Because we talked about it briefly at facilities, Chris Chapman, our coordinator of operations and maintenance, had the opportunity to go to a facility users group conference whereby actually vape detectors were being demonstrated and shown to the members of the various facility managers in school divisions across the province. And Edmonton Public School Boards has recently put in a number of vape detectors. I think they're spending about $80,000 to put some in. I know Calgary Public is currently looking at them. And excuse me, Lethbridge School Division is going to be doing a pilot project with 4 schools on these vape detectors. They're under $2,000 each. We don't have a firm price yet, so that's just an estimate. But we wanted to make sure that we're going to test them out, see how they work, see if they're effective, that sort of thing. And so Chris has worked with Winston Churchill, Chinook, Victoria Park, and GS Lakey to try these vape detectors. What they do is they go into the bath washrooms. They look very much like um, your home smoke alarm that you have in your house. What they'll do is they'll monitor for vape, THC. They can apparently can sense even if someone is trying to mask it. They're very sophisticated. They monitor air quality. They'll look for CO2, CO, that sort of thing, humidity, temperature, any chemicals or other particulates in the washroom. Some other features that I guess Chris tells me there's schools. And by the way, this is information I've gotten from Chris. It's not that I know anything about these things, so I'm learning just like everybody else. Some of the features, it has an occupancy counter, so they can set it for an expected amount of people. So if it exceeds that, it might be some people are gathering in the washroom, so that'll send alert. This is on they can have an app on a laptop computer or their phones. This is for privacy. I know that's always a question. It doesn't show faces, doesn't show bodies or anything. That's just senses. It senses movement and things like that. It can apparently sense motion and aggression. So if they think, because it'll listen for it can listen for a little bit of voice. If it picks up that, then it can send an alert, and then the school administration could go down and check on it. Has a help feature that if someone, for instance, says help in the bathroom, it will send an emergency notice for the administrator to go to that space. So it's got a lot of features. Always, when you see features from a vendor, you have to test them out to make sure they in fact do what they say they're going to do. And so we are going to do a test in the 4 schools. I haven't got an update, but it sounds like they might be starting next week. And I know Edmonton Public Schools is quite pleased with theirs. And so we'll see how it goes with our tests. And then if it's worthwhile, then it might be something we roll out at, a little bit at a time because, we're talking 2,000 probably per bathroom. And so it does add up quite quickly. So, but I think it's important, as we've talked about, you mentioned, there are students who want their bathrooms back. They don't want to walk into people vaping and that sort of thing. So it's worth the work. It's a shot anyways.
Craig.
I appreciate that, and I also like the fact that it does more than just catch the vape, because that's one of our problems too. Just for the board's information, I think Alberta Health Services at our next ASBA meeting, or the next or 2 from here, is going to present something on vaping. I can't remember exactly when we decided to do that. Can you remember, Christine? But I know that they're going to present at ASBA Zone 6 something on vaping, which I think would be very worthwhile for most of our trustees to attend that meeting to learn a little more and see what we could work with Alberta Health Services. So I'm pleased that we're moving in that direction.
Andrea.
And at the Wellness Committee, we've talked about this quite a bit. And Courtney Epp at Alberta Health Services has been liaison through MORAG to the principals in our division for a program that would be helpful. And it's linked in that wellness report.
Jenny.
Is the Facilities Committee involved in this initiative?
It was just brought to the facilities committee as a concern that they had been hearing. And so that's why we undertook the process to go test them out.
In regards to right now, it's just at the high school. Is that the only area that's?
No, we have Lakey is one of the
Lakey,
test
okay.
areas as well. Yeah.
Okay. If we were to do all of our bathrooms in middle and high school, do you have an idea of how many numbers? Okay, sounds good. And then in regards to vandalism on the machines. Do you know anything on what that looks like or?
No, I do not. No, I know you can put little cages around them and that sort of thing. But no, again, this is part of the pilot. We will find out.
I know what comes after the pilot. You're going to come back to the board asking for money. So that's why I'm like, if I ask the questions now. And then, my question I wrote down was what happens when the alarm goes off? So you said that it's on an app. So multiple administrators would be able to have that
Yeah,
on
they
there.
would, yeah, it can run it on a computer and an app and they would get, whoever you designated or and these people you designate would get an alert and then they can go check it out.
Yep. Any other, Christina?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up, Christine. I think it is really important. It's like it's such a leading issue among young people and like a big part of health challenges for young people. And so I'm glad to hear it came to the wellness committee, and so I'll look more into that link. And so thank you for that. And I guess if for future conversations, that would be what I would be interested in as well as the like strategies for the dealing with it happening. And then sort of like our wellness approach. And again, to me, it always just comes back to like this absence and underfunding of external supports for young people. So now how can we be allies to like our Alberta Health Services, like poor Courtney just doing her thing. Because I was at the Everactive conference in February for schools, and there was a big tabling from Alberta Health Services about vaping. And yeah, lots of resources, but it definitely seems like a self-service sort of situation, which is not always super effective with teenagers who don't really want to change their behavior. And so definitely interested to understand where the limits of schools are and where we can support external services to improve the well-being of young people and this kind of like this section of addiction. And because I think we talk about it a lot at the board about wellness and well-being, and it's one of our values, which I am so grateful for. But also recognizing that we can't do it alone, and that there's a limit to what a school can offer. Yeah, so those will be the things I'm interested in as we continue, is the external piece as well as the wellness and the sort of like physical design. So thanks for bringing it.
Christine?
I just want to say thank you, Christine, for providing the information, and thanks to Chris Chapman for really doing the on-ground work of research and connecting with the schools to pilot. And I'm so thankful to hear that we have 4 schools piloting. I think that's amazing. It's proactive action facing an issue that we've been talking about at many tables. So I'm very excited, and I look forward to hearing how successful it is in the months coming up.
A clarification question. So that you're good with the request for information for now? And yeah, awesome. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Look at that. Check it off the to-do list. Yeah.
Excellent. So next is 10.6 PSBA. Craig?
I move that we renew our membership in PSBAA for the 2024 year.
For public that often says,
Oh,
no idea what that stands for.
Public School Boards Association of Alberta.
Further comments? Tyler?
I've got a few on this one. I do think the PSBAA is a valuable organization. I just don't know that for the costs that we pay to belong to this, that it's necessarily worth it for us. I've expressed things with the board before that if the PSBA and the ASBA were exactly similar organizations and we could get ASEBP benefits through them like we do ASBA, like we basically have to be a part of ASBA. That's just kind of how it works. And they are a standard for all of the divisions in the school board. So they are really the ones who have the government ears. So to me, PSBA is a good organization. If the two were equal, that's where I would go. But they're not. And for me, the PSBAA is more of a nicety than it is a necessity. I think unfortunately, the way that this motion has been brought forward, it's only talking about the actual membership fee. The true costs of this for trustees to attend the meetings, because all the meetings are out of town. There's per diems, there's hotel costs, travel costs. And unfortunately, I think it's important for the public to know that it's not just $35,000. It's going to be 2 or 3 times that is what it's going to be for the actual costs that go along with this. And I think it's important for the public to know that when we vote on it, as opposed to just say, hey, oh, are we a member? Because there are a lot more costs that go along with a membership. So unfortunately for me, I don't see the cost benefit analysis in it. It's not that it's a bad organization. I do like them. And like I say, if ASBA and PSBA, if they were the same organization providing the same benefits and everything else, I would go with PSBAA, but they're not. And I don't know, for me, it's much more a duplication of what ASBA already does with some niceties that go along the way for trustee PD and things like that. But I think the costs for that additional education and whatnot for what we're paying for it just unfortunately doesn't meet it for me in a cost benefit analysis. So I'll be voting against this one.
Other comments, Christina?
I would echo some of the pieces of Tyler. I value the role of PSBA in the province. I value the things that you brought back to our division, but in terms of effectiveness in how we can use our governance dollars for impacting government decisions and advocating for public education as a whole. I think the work that this board and this administration does in relationship with our local representatives from municipal to provincial to federal levels, Team Lethbridge, we already invest a great deal into advocacy that I feel like is actually extremely successful in terms of speaking regularly and clearly with our representatives here. We continue to invest in those relationships. We heard, just honoring of that at a recent groundbreaking at the new school about how valued those partnerships are, and I do feel like we are heard there. And so for me, the investment when we continue to be underfunded for every student in our division is not worth it for me, and I'll be voting no.
Great.
A couple of things. One is that we're still discussing, and we'll probably do it at the committee, the whole budget implications for the governance budget, and where there's some ideas there that will reduce the costs of it. I'm going to work with Christine Lee and develop something that can be presented at the committee of the whole. Just a reminder so that the public is aware, we spend less than 1/3 of 1% on governance, and that's a $130 million budget. I look at other boards and they're in the same boat. They don't have any extra money than we do. Medicine Hat is an example. Red Deer's another example. Edmonton Public's another example. Those are all urban and metro boards. They see the value in this, and they see the value in having their trustees go there. One of the things that some people aren't aware of is ASBA is required by law. The government passed that. So there's no way we can get out of ASBA. Part of the problem, and Tyler brought it up, ASEBP, well, their costs are going higher and higher too. So anyway, one of the things that we need to look at is where do we talk to people and where can we get advice on public schools, not Catholic schools, and I think that's the key. Well, we've mentioned it before that when we go to ASBA, the policies are passed for the majority of the schools. But be aware that the Association for Catholic Trustees meet regularly with their minister and can advocate things. Where do we advocate when we might have a school closing and a charter school wants to come in? Or another, in all of those situations, we need a public voice. We meet with the minister regularly. I will refer us back to the last time we met with the minister as a board. maybe 20 minutes. I think it was less. And 2 people talked, maybe 3. So where's our advocacy there? You're going to meet with the Minister of Education once every 2 years or once a year or once every 3 years for 20 minutes? That's not advocacy. Team Lethbridge, good organization, but it's in general terms. It's in general terms that they're meeting. This is specific to education, and I think we need to remember that. Yes, we belong to a number of organizations, but what organization best represents our school, which is, although the government got rid of the word public, is a public school where it represents all children and all parents. There's only one organization that does that. And that's why I'm voting in favor. And that's why I made the motion, is that we need to belong to it. Now, there are things that we can discuss at committee of the whole to reduce the amount of money that we spend there. But just remember that the budget for governance is very, very minuscule in this division. And if other school boards, as the ones I've mentioned, and some rural ones which are struggling with finances also are members, then you got to think that it's a valuable organization. And again, it's our one chance to be on par with every school division. I've never been in an organization where I can vote, my vote stands the same as Edmonton Public. They have, I don't know how many, a lot of students more than we do. And our voice is exactly the same. When we go to ASBA, our voice is sometimes lost because of the number of percentage for students and percentage of school boards. And sometimes you get lucky and you roll the dice and we get something passed that helps us, and other times it doesn't. We've seen that with our kindergarten proposal. So, and I know that in talking with public school boards, they're interested in our proposal. So the more we can advocate even at that level, we might be able to get more votes when we go to ASBA. So never underestimate the power of the public school boards.
Jenny?
I would add my voice of support for renewing our membership based on a couple of things. I recognize the value for continuing education and for our board to be involved in that as well. And I know that we have other opportunities through ASBA and other avenues as well, but I recognize what this allows us in addition to that, and the importance of understanding governance and learning more that we can become more effective governors, as well as having that voice on the provincial level and having that audience with the Minister of Education and having a voice when it comes to provincial things that affect education here in our division and our students as well.
Thank you. I would also like to add my support to this and my voice for it for a number of reasons. A couple of those are that public education is important, and I think that it's a priority for me that we accept every student every day into our division, and that we need to continue to advocate the importance of public education in our province, and we can do that. When I look at our role as governors, we have 2 organizations that we can be a part of. As governors, we have an important job, and we need to ensure that we know how to do that job and we can do it to the best of our ability. And that's through the professional development that we can receive from these associations, as well as the advocacy efforts. The more that we can advocate for the things that are important to us and our division, these are more avenues for us to be able to do that. And just to provide some clarification in regards to, I don't know that it's necessarily twice as much as what the membership is for what those expenses would be. I know this last year it was less than half of what the membership fee was, with having one of our trustees attending. And then there are opportunities for attending some of the meetings virtually, as well as some of the professional development where we can pay, $250, and we have all of our trustees as well as our executive staff are able to participate in professional development for $250. That's pretty good buy-in for that dollar. So I strongly support us continuing our membership with Public School Boards Association of Alberta. Any further comments? Seeing none, we'll go ahead with that motion. And Craig, you've moved that. So those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. So next is 10.7, Play and Learn Medicine Hat.
I move that we send Andrea Anderchuk and one other trustee, as well as 2 people from central office, to visit Medicine Hat School Division and look at their Play and Learn program that takes place with the kindergarten program. The reason for this is that it's valuable to talk to other divisions and see what they're doing and see if we can find a more efficient way and a more effective way to offer some sort of organized education for these kids. The reason I specifically mention Andrea Anderchuk, well, she's our resident kindergarten teacher, so she would know, looking at the program, how effective it could be. The other 2 people would be up to Mike to decide. Someone that's probably well with the early education program and that. And I think it's also valuable to have one other trustee go. The reason being 2 people, 4 people there can look at it, they can discuss it, and then come back with a report. It just allows us some flexibility in looking at programs as we've discussed lately about what we could do to offset the decrease in early education program. And also, it might give us an idea of what we could do effectively for our students, which is important, and it gives them a better start to the program. I would probably not go because I've already had experience with my granddaughter doing it. So I would like another trustee to go. So that's the reason for this motion. And I'll leave it at that.
Can you just be clear what your motion is?
Yes, that we send Andrea Anderchuk and one other trustee, as well as 2 people from central office, to visit Medicine Hat School Division and look at their Play and Learn program and report back to the board. I should add that.
Kristen, you were able to capture that off the recording? Okay, sounds good. So further comments, discussion, Christina?
Yeah, also a huge advocate for early learning. Absolutely. I'm just curious, because I know we had spoken about going into this year, for my learning, what is the difference here where I feel like we're maybe close to like an operational line? And just curious of your perspective of how do we walk that line, when we're talking about like specific programming as a board?
And I think it would be important to separate that piece of that, if whatever trustees do go, that it would be for the governance perspective piece of it, if we were to look at governance decisions moving forward. So I think it would need to be separated out, that they would be for 2 separate reasons, the operational piece from our operational side, and then as a trustee perspective, what that would look like as a governance piece. So they would need to pull out what the governance aspect is. Obviously, EAT programs, the concern with PUF, those are things that have come to this board table, and they are things that we have advocated for and continue to advocate for when we're meeting with the minister on October 12th. Those are things for us to move forward. So I think it really is about finding that difference between the governance piece of what we would be looking at to advocate for and bring back to the board. What that can look like. There's certainly lots of challenges and they impact our division, so it would need to be separated from my perspective anyway. For sure, the difference between the operational piece and the governance. Craig? Oh,
And then just a question for operation team, administration, is there capacity for that? Like, I just know that early learning is like very busy in September. Just just sort of similar to Jenny's question, this involves you. What do you think?
Yes, I believe we can do it. We recognize it's something of interest and something that we're going to have to grapple with anyways. And this could be a strategy that could be very effective for us. So Yeah, in an ideal world, maybe we have flexibility to explore different ideas, but if there's a program going that's relatively nearby, I think we can do it. And I think we're gonna have to do work in this area anyways. So yeah, but again, I really appreciate that question and the thought. And as well from the, trustees and central office folks going together. I think we can manage that as well, because I think it is something that's been at the board table anyways. And I believe that as governors, we are going to have to answer some tough questions about EAP and kindergarten. So if we can have some people on the ground, I think that's actually probably helpful for, I think, the work that we're going to have to do moving forward.
One more and then Craig, go ahead. Okay.
So then my question would be, if we were to do that, we obviously have this ASBA motion that we're working on for full-time funded kindergarten, and just wanting to make sure that if we do this, that we tie that experience to inform this conversation for our advocacy work, that it would be an investment in that work that we've already spent a great deal of time working on. So
Craig.
No, that's all right. Are you finished? I mean, just a couple of comments. Number one, if you attended Canadian School Boards Association, there was a really good presentation of which I think it was by Foothill School Division. And they talked about boards having to get a little more involved with the operational without dictating what's happening. The reason I think it's important is because no matter what, if we come up with an idea to support this programming in the future, the board has to vote on it because it's a budget item. So to have people on the board go there is a good thing, just because they can start to look at it. They can have conversation with the administration and say, is this a break even? Is it losing money? Are they making money? That type of thing. So I think that would answer your question too. And I just and it's something that, yeah, as Mike has indicated, we have to deal with this. It's not going away. And so I just leave it at that. I think I would hope that we would support that. It's not in competition with our full-time kindergarten program. It's just the reality that even if it passed at ASBA, there's nothing there that says the government's going to accept it. So it's not keeping all our eggs in one basket.
Tyler.
I like the idea. I always think it's better if somebody's got a program that they seem to think works well. Great. I think it's a great idea. I'm back to Christine, I think's first one in regard to what our role is in it, and when we make a formal board motion, it's in my mind, it's kind of like, if we say this and we approve it, this is going to happen. And I'm not sure that's I question that that's exactly what we should be doing, what we could do. So for me, I don't know if this works for you, but for me, I like the idea. I'm pro. It's more to me that I think if we word it that we encourage the superintendent to take two trustees and set up a formal site visit at Medicine Hat, something like that, so that it's we're not so. I don't know how to explain myself here, so I'm not sure we can really just absolutely direct that in the way it goes, but I would certainly want to encourage you to find a way to make a site visit happen when it works for you and your team. That's, I guess, what I'm saying.
So you'd like to make a friendly amendment? Right, Jenny and then Craig.
I think where we might be struggling is, I think that typically governance is a little bit more generalized. And so a governance approach to this might be more familiar to us if we were to say we would like our superintendent to explore the potential of implementing a play and learn program similar to that of which Medicine Hat has. And in that exploration, consider the idea of making a site visit with trustees. I think that's typically more the language we use, is to say, hey, there's something we're interested in. Would you be willing to take an interest and report back to us? And so I think because it's so prescriptive, is just not as familiar to us. I think they accomplish the same thing, but I feel a little more comfortable being less directive and more direct, like taking, let's look at a direction, and that feels more governance based, I think.
Craig?
I would take both of them as friendly amendments. The key though is that I don't want the board to ever be blindsided. So the board needs to be involved right from the start, at least 2 trustees, so that, and I like Jenny and I like Tyler's comments, that we don't, this sounds like we're gonna do the program, maybe not, but with their wording, I could feel comfortable with their wording that we want to have the administration look at it with some trustees and come back and report. And that's really all I want, is that the board understands what's going on, the administration understands what's going on, so that when it comes back to the board, nobody's blindsided, nobody, oh, what's going on, what's this? That we have trustees that can report on it, and we also have administration that can report on it and see how it goes. And the only addendum is that Andrea should be involved, because she's the one that's got the most knowledge of those pre-kindergarten, kindergarten things. I only taught I taught 1 to 12, so I don't want to go. And we need another trustee, and maybe not an educator trustee, so that you can get a perspective from a parent point of view also, which I think is valuable. And so a trustee that's a parent, and because most of us have children or grandchildren in school, and Andrea, and then 2 administrators of Mike's choosing. I'm comfortable, and if you want to do a friendly amendment to use Tyler and Jenny's, that's fine with me.
Jenny, do you have those words? And Mike has some suggestions first. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll try and be fairly quick here. So, and I appreciate the conversation and certainly agree with the comments that were made. And I think when we do the motion, from my perspective, the most flexibility that you can give to operationalize it, I think really makes a difference. So, does it, because we're just thinking about this now, does it have to be 2 people from central office? Well, there's probably somebody, but maybe we want to involve some principals, maybe a teacher, that sort of thing. So if you can leave it a little more open-ended and flexible, allow us to operationalize it once we've had an opportunity to actually discuss, I think that really helps. So the more flexibility you can work into it, the easier it'll be for us to make it happen, if that makes sense.
And I think it could be as a team from Lethbridge School Division, including a governance perspective, right? So then it's not that it's that prescriptive of who it is and what that.
And I'll allow
looks
Jenny,
like.
who's much better at wordsmithing than
Jenny's
myself,
writing.
to do it.
Give Jenny a minute and
Off, I just did. I think let's try it out. Okay, am I moving this? No, friendly amendment.
yeah.
That the board requests the superintendent explore the idea of a program such as the Play and Learn program of Medicine Hat, as Medicine Hat Public. Okay, sorry, the Play and Learn program, such as that of the Medicine Hat School Division, and that as a part of that exploration, consider the idea of a site visit. Then you're not obligated to, like, if they want to say, here's our whole file, we don't want you to show your dirty faces around here. They can.
Kristen, you're good with? You'll be able to pull it off. Okay. Sounds good. Further comments or questions? Those in favor? And that's carried. So with that, I'd like for us to take a break. So you have about 5 minutes and we'll be back here at about 4:57, somewhere in there. Yep. We're good. Awesome. Thanks, Garrett. So we are back into our meeting, and the next item is our public forum. So I will just ask if there are representatives wanting to speak for public forum. Hey, Bibiana. And is there anybody online looking to speak? We're good. Okay, sounds good. So Viviana, if you want to come over and I'll read a blurb once you're there. And you've switched out the battery. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. So thank you for taking the time to join the public forum and present to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and carefully consider what you have said today. The board will not be providing a response or engaging dialogue following your presentation. We will, however, provide a written response in the near future, and you will have up to 5 minutes. Thanks, Viviana. Christine will be our timer.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity to be here once again to speak with you all. My comments today are just in response to the Board of Trustee letter response that I got on September 7th from my participation in public forum in the last Board of Trustees meeting in June. I'm just bringing this up because when I did receive it on September 7th, I had replied actually the same day with some questions and never got a reply back. So I'm here to hopefully address those concerns or readdress those concerns. First, is in that letter, it was stated, only one policy was stated that I was addressing at the last public forum, 502.2 SOGI policy. That's an inaccurate representation because I was actually expressing concerns over two policies, the SOGI policy as well as the ARAO policy. And I feel that this letter did not accurately respond to those concerns that I expressed at public forum. So I'm hoping that can be resolved. Secondly, I also requested that the board, in collaboration with parents, hold a town hall meeting to allow genuine input from all stakeholders regarding the 502.2 SOGI policy. This was also not addressed in the board letter that I received on September 7th, and I'm hoping these items can actually be addressed, considering the Board of Trustees does encourage parent engagement. And so that's all I really wanted to bring forward to today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Viviana. And that letter of response is included in our board package with enclosure 14.3 and available to the public to see that. And so on behalf of the board, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. You can be assured the board will carefully consider what you've said today and provide a response in the near future. So with that, we'll move on to our next item is 10.8, locally developed course. And that is the handout that you received today. And I'll turn that, is Mike, you're going to be doing that? Or Morag?
So I believe you all have all of the information and just check me on the process here, but my understanding is we need to go through and then we need a motion to approve them, correct? Yeah.
So are there any questions on the courses that are in front of you? Seeing none, Christine, go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the use of Choir 15 LDC 1414 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2025 to schools to enhance program offerings to students.
Seeing no further questions or comments, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So next is our division highlights. It's always an exciting time, and I know I always hold Andrea to account on this, that minimal items, and my list when I was looking is like 30 items long. So I'll remind you that we are already at 5 o'clock and we still have lots of items to cover. So we have amazing things happening in our division, but you're ready, Andrea? You want to go first? You don't have to.
So a highlight for me was being invited by my son Andrew and Wilson to talk about Terry Fox and my cancer journey. And it was so well received. Like those kids just sat there so quietly. And when I got to the video of me ringing the bell with Leo, they were just like cheering so loudly. So it was really nice. Sorry. So that was a big highlight. And I was happy to get to Senator Buchanan that night after our organizational meeting and see some of the parents. And I loved being at the Blackfoot flag raising at LCI, and yesterday here at Agapo Eggs. Say it again. Capo Cats. Thank you. Because this is a very important week for reconciliation. And wherever I go, I'm just amazed to see all my kindergarten kids just come running, no matter how old they are. So that happened at Wilson and at LCI. So it was a lot of fun. So sorry for crying, but that was a proof to me we can do hard things. So thanks to Wilson.
Thanks for sharing, Andrea. Who's next? Craig, go ahead.
Blackfoot flag raising yesterday, which I didn't even realize it was on, and I ended up there. So the only other thing I'd like to say is that Christine Light and I attended New Blood. It wasn't school sanctioned, but it was done by the CASA and 3 churches. And again, such a wonderful, awe-inspiring, really cuts you to the core message about the Indigenous people. And they've added something, which is they've added a song about the unmarked graves, which was very, very good. And I would just encourage all trustees or any administrators or any staff in our division, if you have a chance to go to it, you need to go to it. It's just very powerful. And I've seen it once, I've seen it now twice. I'll go again. So that's all I've done so far.
You speak about that often, so I can't wait to see it when I get to. Jenny.
I'll just highlight what I want to highlight is September, just the energy of September. It's so fun to see the kids back in class and their excitement to see teachers. And I think that my own daughter keeps, she's still telling me about the shirt that her teacher wore on the first day of school over and over again. Just that excitement of seeing teachers and kids in class again and with friends again and on the sports fields and in their extracurriculars and just moving forward with all the things that they're working in. One of the things that I always love going to in September is the cross country cities competition, and I got to be there again this year. And one of the things I love most about that is watching the kids cheer each other on, and they're all wearing their singlets. We called them pennies when I was a kid. They're wearing their school's pennies, singlets. They're wearing their colors for their school. But what's fun to see is the kids from other schools running beside other kids that aren't wearing the same penny as them, cheering for them and saying, "You got this, you can do this hill. Right after this hill, it's easier." And to just watch them cheering each other on and celebrating each other and whether they're on the same team or not, they're just celebrating each other. And I just think that is such a neat spirit in our division and in our kids. And so I would just highlight the energy of September and the work that teachers put into making it exciting and successful and connecting with parents again and the emails they send out just saying, we're so excited to have your student. I want you to know how awesome they are. And all of those details that go into setting us up for success.
Christine?
One thing I'll add to Craig's plug for New Blood is it's put on by Strathmore High School, and they've been doing it since 2014. And Deanne, who is the director and drama teacher at the high school, is a Churchill grad. So it's kind of neat to have that connection back to our division. But I do recommend you go see it if you can. This has been a really great month, and starting with, well, I guess first ride. First of all, we had over 200 people participate, and it was so fantastic. There was a lot of littles riding the bus for the first time, but there was also a good handful of middle school kids going to St. Francis, taking the bus for the first time. So it was really great to connect with those older kids and just to see our division staff come together with Holy Spirit and team up for that event. Pancake breakfast, fantastic to serve again alongside our division staff, and just see our staff members connecting with each other, talking about their summer and just seeing their excitement about the school year ahead. We've had 2 flag raisings. We had our LCI Blackfoot flag raising this past week, or last week, I should say, and it was a really incredible event just to see LCI moving forward in their journey of truth and reconciliation, as well as the raising of our truth and reconciliation flag here at the Ed Center just this week. I was able to participate in Chinook High School school council, Viviana, and so it was great to connect there with one of my school councils and then to celebrate our staff at the 5125 banquet. That's my brief list, Allison.
Oh, that was like more than 1 or 2. Tyler?
Beauty of going almost at the end is it's pretty much covered, so that's good. The only thing I'd expand on is the 5125. I always find that dinner interesting because you get to sit down and talk to people who have spent a lot of time in the division. Because it's all the people who, not only the new people who get there and you get to hear about them and their journey of their first 25 years, but there's, I had dinner with someone who might have been here 40 years. So, so it's pretty interesting to always have the conversations with people who have seen a lot in the division over time. So that's all.
Thanks, Tyler. Christina?
So yeah, the pancake breakfast, I can't believe that was also September. I don't know what time is. It's always just so great to see everyone come back. And in particular, I always really love when our practicum students and our support staff also come. I feel like sometimes there can be a sense that it's hard to get into the division as you begin your career. And it's always so great to see them. And there was a practicum student who was there who is also an early childhood educator at the Y. So it was just so beautiful to see young people in their careers joining our division and looking to our division for meaningful career opportunities and ways to give back to their community. The flag raising at LCI, again, yeah, so beautiful. A really privileged to be there and want to thank LCI for hosting that. And yeah, go big or go home, Wayne's whole vibe. So it's great. LCI shows up every time. So, huge teepee. But in particular, I wanted to highlight, we got to sit next to a student from LCI on the stage, and her name was Milo. And she was literally on her 3rd day at the school. She's in grade 9, and as a Blackfoot student was invited, Blackfoot students had the opportunity to connect with Jean, their FNMI staff, and take an opportunity to represent their student group on the stage. And Milo decided at the last minute to take that opportunity. She was so nervous getting on the stage, and she did such a good job of participating and representing herself and her family. And I just was thinking about what an impact to sit on a stage and watch, truth and reconciliation, this symbol of this flag raising being raised, not just as a token of this week, but as a permanent installation at your brand new high school, in what can be such an intimidating week when you first start at a school, especially LCI, all those stairs. just how profound that will likely impact her and her education journey here in our division. So really grateful for that opportunity for Milo and her fellow students. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry. And Gary Station. Huh. Wow. First of all, did not know where it was on the map because I don't live on the west side. So I went to the wrong spot and I walked very far before I got saved. So now I've seen the site, so that's great. And I just want to congratulate Christine and her team and the many partners that we have in making these things happen. A groundbreaking is very symbolic, and I'm always like, thank you for letting us participate because we did literally nothing for you. But it's such a important moment to honor that we've transitioned into this stage of like active construction of something that will fundamentally change not just that community and that neighborhood, but our entire community, right? When we add schools and we serve new students and we make space for others in our division, this will impact all the surrounding schools. It'll impact every family that thinks about moving to Lethbridge, who lives in Lethbridge now. And we're all really looking forward to having a new member of our division community. So thank you.
Thank you. Definitely a busy month leading up to today and this week. And I'd like to highlight three things that are a variety of what I was able to participate in. The back to school pancake breakfast with staff was absolutely amazing to see staff that were enthusiastic to come back for the school year, felt rested to hear their stories of their summer holidays, their plans for the new year was just absolutely amazing. Last Friday, I was able to go and join in with the Terry Fox run at General Stewart and Mr. Harris up speaking and talking about the importance of the Terry Fox run and setting a goal for yourself and what that meant for everybody, and to see their stickers of who they were running for. I was able to join with one of our teacher counselors that visits that school on Fridays, and we went around Henderson Lake and we were able to go the opposite way. And as the students came around, we were able to high five each of them as they went past us. And it was just to see their faces as they went, and it was to show the pride of what we have for them. And then on Friday in the rain, I had the opportunity to go and experience football in our division. So I wanted to really look at doing different things in our division and check things out. So a football game it was. And I ventured out to watch, they lent me a jersey from LCI and I was able to go out to Raymond, and unbelievable to see the energy, to see the pride from the family members, to see the parents wearing a football jacket from when their boyfriend, now husband, of like 1990 something, was LCI provincial champions. That pride was just amazing to see, and to see what happened in the stands was phenomenal. And then to see those students and those players out on the field with their coaches, that dedication and determination to be out there playing was absolutely amazing. So it was neat to just see and experience something different. And one thing I'm totally looking forward to, I know it's a fourth thing, but this Friday at LCI, if you have the opportunity, 1,500 students in orange shirts out front of the school is going to be amazing to be able to celebrate and acknowledge Orange Shirt Day. So if you have the opportunity, it's if you go about 8:45, it will be an amazing sight to see. So looking forward to Friday. Tyler.
All I'd say is if you're not that familiar with football and that you wanted to jump in and try it, boy, did you go to the deep end. There's a lot going on at the LCI Raymond game, especially if you went to Raymond. That's good. That's good times.
I did my research before I picked what game I was going to.
You are getting the experience right there.
I
That's well
did.
done.
I knew I wanted to go to a good one, and that was it. So, but the night before, I will say, so I have been following football now. The night before, our Chinook team was up in Okotoks and down to the wire beat Okotoks 21-20. So I know, and I have no kids in football, so let's just say this is like amazing. But the amount of energy and impact that our staff put into these students, it's phenomenal. And families, right? Like to see them there was amazing. So Craig.
Just an addition to that, it's hard to find, and Garrett helped me, it's hard to find out when volleyball and basketball games are on. And maybe Garrett could share that link so that people can go to it.
Yeah.
It's, he showed me the easy way to find it. It's on LCI, but it gives you LCI plus Winston Churchill plus Chinook, and then all of the volleyball games. So I would encourage us to look at that. And
Go and participate, go watch, go cheer on. It was awesome.
okay, and he's doing it right now. So
Awesome. Okay. So we are moving on to board chair report 12.1. So the first is our board standing committee annual reports in terms of reference review. So the first one, is everybody in their packages? Okay. I know I got to get to mine. You're good, Mike? So the first one is the board audit committee. And I believe that's Tyler. Do you want to speak to your report, briefly speak to your report and your terms of reference?
Nope, I have nothing. Just either way, it's as presented.
Excellent. I am not seeing the.
I would just, I was the chair last
Oh,
year.
sorry.
I would just add that we've been trying for a year, but we probably should take some time throughout this year to look at risk management matrix so that the board understands what the audit committee has to look at. And it's an interesting matrix, but we seem to have run out of time every time. So
I do need to bring it to an in-camera meeting coming up, but I knew this wasn't the time.
so I just was going to remind the board that that's what we should do.
Okay. And is there anything for the terms of reference? Like, do we need to approve each one? Or just.
I think you can go through and review them if there's no changes. If there's any terms of reference that have a change, you'll then approve that change terms of reference.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Sounds
that
good.
one separate. Each if there's a change to the terms are separate. Otherwise, that's received for information.
Sounds good. So seeing nothing on that one, we'll move on to the next is the board budget committee. Christina?
As presented, no changes. You were all there for all the meetings.
Any comments on the terms of reference? Craig?
Yes, three of the most important things we do as governors is budget, policy, and evaluation of the superintendent. I would hope that we would look at the board budget committee as a standing committee instead of being just two trustees and the associate superintendent and director of finance. And that once we have a committee of the whole, that we start in October and take some time at every committee of the whole to debate, to talk about, first of all, board priorities of governance, and then with the administration, some areas that we would look at so that by the time we get to the budget in May, we've already discussed a number of issues, and not like, I know last year we went on and there was 2 or 3 meetings, and I would feel more comfortable if the board was involved right at the start and we work through it, and then everybody understands where we're at. We've had a discussion. We know where we want to go with governance money. We want to know where we want to go with central administration and also funding in the schools. It doesn't take, we don't have to do hours and hours, but just every month take 20 minutes or 25 minutes to discuss it. I think it's valuable. And I think having had the whole board involved in it makes it a little more reasonable, so that we don't have questions like, oh, we didn't hear about that, or we didn't do that. And so I just think that it's, I would like to see us, because it's one of our major projects as a board, to be a committee of the whole.
So do you want to take that under advisement or bring it back to committee of the whole? What's your thought on? Jenny, go ahead.
I think he's brought up 2 separate things. I think one is changing the terms of reference composition. And so I think we as a board need to vote on that.
Yes.
And then the other, I think, is strategy, and I think that's more committee of the whole.
Yep.
Just going to comment on strategy. Although I appreciate having time, 20 minutes at every committee of the whole, I think if you piecemeal it, then you're not properly giving the due time and attention to important meaty topics with budget. Certainly October is not a good time to even start talking about budgets. We're still finishing year end. So we're not even in a headspace to talk about budget. I think the important part is you should start with priorities. We probably need to start with priorities earlier for the next school years because it's your priorities that inform the budget. And I prefer you spend more time on your priorities up front and then we get into budget than talking about just piecemeal money every month. That would just be my suggestion, but whatever the board decides to do, we will make happen, but that's just my thoughts.
Craig?
Thank you, Christine, for that comment. All I wanted to do is get the ball rolling. And so I concur with you that it might take one committee of the whole to set up our priorities, and then we can decide how the strategy goes after that. But I do think the whole board needs to be involved. And so thank you for your comments.
On the strategy piece, yeah. Okay.
Just to comment on the strategy piece, and we discussed it at the last committee of the whole, where I would definitely like to start the budgeting process earlier. We talked about involving administrators, that sort of thing. I certainly have some ideas for that, and I know the board was supportive of that. So certainly we're aligned in terms of philosophy from a strategic perspective. In terms of the terms of reference, I think it's a decision for the board to make ultimately. The only question I'd have is, if we put the whole board in there, are we inadvertently turning it into a board meeting without, because that's usually why you don't have quorum at a committee meeting, because then theoretically you're turning it into sort of a board meeting. So I think there's probably some, and I'm not going to say I'm an expert on that, but there's probably some conversation that needs to happen around this table on that point.
And I think last year it worked fairly well when we came to the end we still had the terms of reference the way that they sit. But at the, when we were having those committee of the whole and any trustees that wanted to come to hear the information and have discussion, that seemed to work. I see Christina, your hand is up. So yeah, so that would be my comments in regards to changing the board budget committee terms of reference. More so it's that practice piece that with the committee is there as per the terms of reference. And then we've had the ability still to add where we had the committee of the whole to be able to all hear and discuss and have that engaging conversation as we needed to. So Christina, did you have more? And then Craig.
Yeah, just similar basically to say, yes, I agree. I think that there's a great deal of value in starting earlier and making sure that we have enough time for, as Christine suggested, like putting priorities first and then sort of like the nuts and bolts pieces later. I would agree with the concern of having a terms of reference that suggests that we have an entire board on a committee just out of like for the exact same reason, because I think we've talked about that a few times. I would personally suggest keeping the board budget committee terms of reference similar with a commitment that we are engaging in a potentially like modified process in terms of board engagement. And we could maybe address that by adding something to the key duties and responsibilities about, because it really like in terms of what our commitment is in the terms of reference, providing support information to the board. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for like engagement from the board on budgeting decisions to inform the budgeting process. Like, I think maybe these responsibilities speak the wrong way to what we're looking for in a new practice. And so either modify the keyword duties and responsibilities to add more clarity about the practice we're trying to aim for, but keep the composition the same just for like our legal responsibilities of governance. But still speaking to the heart of that, which is that we want to be involved earlier.
Christine.
So, thanks, Alan. I do want to point out the board budget committee is not a committee that actually develops the budget. the committee guides, it's kind of there to say, how is it going? What kind of feedback are you getting? What are you hearing? How are we providing enough engagement with our stakeholders to get feedback? And last year, we brought the survey to the board budget committee to say, what do you think of the survey, the feedback survey? How are we planning to present the budget, that sort of thing. We talk about timelines, that sort of thing. Then when it came to talking about some real nuts and bolts issues, so you understood the budget, so you could vote on it, that's when we had the committee of the whole. So that's sort of the distinction between having a committee of the whole versus the board budget committee, because the board budget committee actually doesn't develop the budget. They make sure we're actually getting enough information, providing that stakeholder input, that sort of thing, kind of the process piece, not actually getting into the nuts and bolts of the budget. So the committee of the whole is where we can get into the nuts and bolts of where we're at with the budget for you.
Craig?
Thank you, Christine. The main concern, and first of all boards have committees of the whole, and they're not considered a board meeting. So there's no decisions are made there. So then that's fine. As long as there's something in there in the key duties and responsibilities that they will engage the committee of the whole earlier, I would be fine with leaving the committee, but we just have to make sure that we commit to having discussions earlier than what we've had. And that's the main reason that I thought of the committee of the whole. But using Christine's example, they're just kind of coordinating it right now. As long as it's coordinated so that we're involved at an earlier date, I'm fine with it.
Jenny?
My hand was up, but I'm satisfied with where the conversation has gone. I was just going to say, if this is going to always be the whole board, then it's no longer a committee even. We just have the board meetings always, anything to do with the budget always comes to a board meeting is all that becomes, is we just cease to have this committee. So I'm satisfied with where things have gone to say, I mean, we can at any point turn a meeting into a committee of the whole meeting. And that's, I think, worked for us.
So we have an amendment then to the responsibility piece?
Oh. Let me just say, just key duties and responsibilities that they would provide an opportunity as early as possible, to the board for discussion on budget items, period. I mean, I think that covers it without getting too detailed. You can wordsmith it however you want, but just so that we're involved earlier and not in October, it doesn't matter, just even like January, whatever, as long as the board is involved earlier, as far as when they come and say, okay, well, for instance, Christine says we have to develop the priorities. Well, that would probably take place in November, December. But I don't care. Just so that I'm not good at wordsmithing, I just want to be involved earlier for discussions so that as they present information, it's thoroughly vetted. And then at the end, there's no surprises.
Christina has some words.
We'll see. So the motion would be to add as a last key duty and responsibility of the committee to support engagement with the Board of Trustees to ensure opportunities for early information and feedback on board priorities and process. Early, timely. I know, I was like, I don't want this to be earlier because I think that's timely. Okay. Support engagement with Board of Trustees to ensure opportunities for timely information and feedback on priorities and process.
Can I, instead of feedback, have engagement?
Yeah, I just used engagement earlier, support engagement with.
I don't like feedback.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Feedback says that they've already
Support
developed something.
communication with the board to ensure opportunities for information and engagement, or just engagement. Yeah, support involvement of the board of Trustees, support and Board of Trustees to ensure opportunities for timely engagement on priorities and process. Well, because it'll be development, but then implementation. So we don't want to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
No, but you're good. It's recorded.
I can say it one more time. Do you want me to say it? Yeah. Support engagement with the Board of Trustees to ensure opportunities for timely engagement on priorities and process. No, is support. Didn't. Oh yeah, I forgot to change it here. Yeah. The first engagement becomes discussion. The last one stays engagement instead of feedback. Support. Whatever that was. Okay. Good. Ish.
Reading it also.
Kristen, did you get it? You want to read it
Yeah.
out really quick?
Can you say it one more time? You got it.
Good.
Speedy typer. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
And I would move that would be a
An amendment.
amendment to the terms of reference as presented.
Okay. Any further discussion? Tyler?
I would just say it doesn't really add anything to this committee. It doesn't really add, it doesn't really do anything different what this committee is doing. That's more of the budget, which you're talking about is more of a process outside of here of us engaging with Christine and Avis in regard to how the budget operates. Because you're talking about engagement between the board budget committee and the board. Well, half the board budget, well, two of the board budget committee members are the board. So how are we engaging with ourselves? But I don't think it matters either way, but whatever. I don't think it brings anything to the table is all I'm saying.
Any further comments? Those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Next is community engagement committee.
That is myself. Information is as presented. There is some a record of takeaways we had from a few things that are worth reviewing. I think if the next oncoming committee has desire to do so, but Christina's a repeat, so I know you're in good hands. So, yeah, information is as presented.
Any questions, comments? Christine?
Just a question about the resources. There's a $2,000 per year budget for general operation. Can I ask what, if any of that money was used last year and what it was used for? Just curious.
We may have, I don't know when we pay for ICE scholarship, does it come out of that account or the resource?
No, we have, yeah, we don't actually chart, there's no cost to administration for running the program. So we have a fund that pays for the scholarships, right? Because we fundraise. And then also we have a fund within the scholarship trust area that will pay for the costs of running an event, right? So if we're hosting like an event, which is also covered by fundraising, so. But the committee itself doesn't have expenses.
Okay, so under resources for the terms of reference, it says $2,000 per year for general operation of a committee, including resources needed for meetings and any promotional activities. The superintendent will administer the funds. So I'm curious about this because I know that ICE has its own budget. We do our own fundraising for that.
Well, for the actual program.
Right.
This is referring to, I guess, if there's costs of meeting and promotional activities. We don't generally our promotion's all free. So we really generally don't have, I think that was put in case we had costs, in case we had something we had to spend money on, but generally everything comes out of the cost of actually running an event, right? Yeah.
Jenny and then Tyler.
Would that be something to maybe consider using to fund the refreshments and the things that we've used at town hall? Because we did, this is one of our initiatives to do town hall. Maybe that's what we should be, where
Not
we
even
should be.
town hall. It's when we had the night where we had the ice scholarship night. Remember at Chinook when you met the kids and everything? Well, there
That
were
has its
there
own
were Rice Krispie
account.
squares, there was orange juice, there was stuff like that. There were some gifts to donors that were presented to them, certain things. So it's all that stuff.
That has its own fund though, within the scholarship. So it doesn't come from this. ICE has its own. But for town hall, we should use this.
Okay, and Chris,
We'll look at providing you a record of that, will we? Yes. I don't know, we'll.
we will
Okay.
come back to it.
I'll be on this committee. I can bring back information at the following coming board meeting.
Thank you. No other comments on that one? Next is the Wellness Committee. So just anything to add to the report or the terms of reference, any changes?
No, there it is presented, and I think you'll really enjoy being on this committee and continuing with the wellness initiatives. And the link about the vaping reduction is there with a link to how to get a hold of Courtney F. And it's just a wonderful committee to be on.
Thank you. Any comments? Craig?
Our health champion, is that, I know each school is supposed to have one. Is that teacher, or could it be support staff, or could it be admin assistants? Just so that, so is it's anyone in the school that could become part of that, become a health champion?
Yeah, as far as I know, I think the majority are teachers, but I don't know that there's a specific rule that has to be a teacher, not that I'm aware of.
It would, I'm just looking at it and saying it would be nice to get the other voice of not always the teacher, but support staff or admin or even a caretaker. Be nice to have a variety of health champions.
And I actually do think that it is a variety, that it's not
Okay.
a teaching staff member all the time. I do think that the support staff, other support staff are able to be
Okay.
those champions.
Just as long as they're able. So.
No, I'm quite certain. I can't say 100%, but I'm quite certain that I've seen some of the events that they've organized and ran at their schools and initiatives. So I should say more than events, but seeing no others for that, we'll move on to facilities. Christine, for your report and your terms of reference, any?
No changes. It is as presented.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Indigenous Education Advisory Committee.
And there are no changes to these terms of reference, and my report is there for you.
Thank you. Seeing no comments, move on to Policy Advisory Committee.
No comments on the highlights. You've got it. The only thing that I would look at is recommending that since most of our committees already have two trustees, that it should be two trustees on this committee and not a alternate. It just should be two, period. And so I guess I could make the motion that I don't know where it would come under, that the Policy Advisory Committee have two trustees on the committee.
Christine, did you have a further comment or you're good? Okay. Seeing Tyler, go ahead.
The thing I'd say before all you gung ho people came along, we didn't always have a lot of interest in someone, in two people sitting on this, or even one. We had, well, thank the Lord, we had one person who was really into policy and she was on it all the time. And I think that's part of the reason why it only ever had one. But if you want to put two people on, you need to figure out about who else is going on.
We have it changed already to 2. So you said?
No, we haven't changed that.
Okay.
Just,
Okay.
Christine is the alternate. I believe she's comfortable being, I use my microphone. Let's just get it in the record. I
Yeah.
believe Christine Light is the alternate, and I don't want to speak for her, but I believe that she's comfortable being at the meetings.
So Craig, you have a motion then?
Yeah, I move that the Policy Advisory Committee have 2 trustees, of which one is the chair. One who acts as the chair.
Christine?
Yeah, could you amend it to say, recommend change to have 2 trustees, one who is as chair, and remove the alternate? One alternate trustee?
Yeah, I accept that. Sounds good.
Any further comments? So the motion's in front of us. Those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. Next is Poverty Intervention Committee for your report and your terms of reference, Christina.
Yeah, the report is before you. The terms of reference do have some changes, which I should have highlighted. Great question of what we changed. We adjusted some language, sorry. You'll see some updated language throughout when referencing individual students and the experience that they're that it's financial strain, which is the updated language in sort of like the sector, so that knowing that essentially any individual can experience financial strain, and that we try to reduce the stigma of poverty, and using poverty as language for the system and sort of like the complex social system, not that individuals are in poverty or things like that. So to reduce stigma and update to common language in the sector. Sorry, Christine, can you remember anything else? We just updated the language in the meetings around who organizes the meetings, because we had updated that there was a second trustee, and so making sure that that was consistent throughout, and assistance from the director of curriculum and instruction. Yeah, so it was essentially like a tidying up of the composition and then reflecting that language throughout. So no substantial changes to the actual operation of the committee, just housekeeping. Sorry, that was not clear.
That's okay. Craig and then Jenny.
Just one question. Financially, on your terms of reference, we're running a deficit. What happens when the money runs out?
I would love to answer that question. I've done so much work on this. Okay. So you'll see as part of my attachment is a work plan that involves as well fund development, awareness raising about the funds, as well as encouraging the committee going into this year to set budgets for use by the individuals who are eligible to spend the funds of that committee. So particularly the Deanna's team, making connections, family support, those sort of ever-changing titles. That's essentially the group that spends the money on direct services. So food, jackets, shoes, basic needs that improve access to learning. And while we've been grateful to have experienced a large donation a number of years ago that has allowed for spending that has essentially been to meet needs, right? Like they've essentially been spending out of the account to meet the critical basic needs of students. And while we want to encourage continued responsiveness, we also want to ensure that we don't run out of money in 2 years, which is where we would be headed. And so I've proposed a number of budgets to the committee to work through this year, as well as fund development suggestions and like a number of different budget suggestions that the subcommittee has reviewed now at their initial meeting, and we'll be working through with Deanna about what's kind of possible in terms of how can we remain responsive, but also steward the dollars effectively, as well as plan for fund development in a meaningful way. The budgets that we provided at the subcommittee meeting essentially buy us like 5 to 7 years potentially, with the remaining funds drawing only from that reserve between like 10 and 15,000 each year. And then giving Deanna's team a budget, so and as well as a guide to eligible expenses and ineligible expenses, which doesn't currently exist for that pot of money in that committee either. So that would be on my work plan, a recommended list of tasks for the first committee meeting, so that Deanna and her team have support to be responsive and to feel like they will be secure in the needs of students in the future. So thanks for asking, because it's important.
Craig and then
Just-
Jenny.
Thank you, Christina. I do recognize, and it's a concern to me that with all the immigrants that are coming and refugees that are coming, our costs could be going up. So if we can find a way to get more money for that committee through donations, it would, because if not, then we have to take it out of our regular budget. And so I'm glad that you're working on a budget and that you're probably looking at ways to get more revenue, which is great.
Christina, it's in response.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I would suggest that you'll see in the report where the spending happened, like how much money was spent on different things. And just reflecting back to the terms of reference, like the big reason we changed it to financial strain is to acknowledge that financial strain can happen to every single family in our division. And that while many newcomers do experience a high degree of financial strain, especially in the first couple of years, that isn't the majority of the need in our division. And nor does it even though we have 200 new students that we've done assessments for, in a division of 11,000 students, when we're getting 280 requests for winter attire, it's not primarily newcomers, because our community has a great deal of support available for refugee newcomers in particular, and that many newcomers do come with a required amount of personal resources. And so there's the budget piece, and I will recommend that the committee does bring back some reflection about what resources that committee needs in order to continue recognizing the growth of the division. So there's a lot to work through, and I gave them so many attachments so they can do what they want with them now.
Jenny?
I just wanted to make note that our organizational meeting, we still had this designated as an alternate second trustee. And so just wanting to establish congruency with what it is we're doing.
In the
We
terms
have-
of reference, it suggests 2 trustees, one of whom will be chair.
Which I think is what we want.
Yeah. So
But in our organizational meeting, we had it here. We had it down as an
Oh, yeah.
alternate.
Okay, so you're currently the second, are you comfortable with it being of 2 trustees, one of whom will be chair?
Yes, totally I am. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that we have it
Oh, noted correctly. Yeah.
noted correctly.
Well, and I think once we do the updated terms of reference, Kristen would take all of these away and just confirm that that is accurate on our various paperworks.
Yeah. So the committees Kristen's already posted that, and she's posted that Christine Light is the chair and Jenny is the second trustee. And that's already on our website. Jenny? So it's already on our website that Christine Light is the chair and Jenny is the second trustee on that committee.
That's fine. Or just on the operational side, we just need to make sure it's all, that's all. I was just pointing that out. We're good.
Yeah, the question is, do we have a motion that changed the term of reference?
It was changed by the committee,
Oh.
not by the board.
But not by
It
the
hasn't
board.
come to the board.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
Instead
are
of
we-
as
are we
an
doing that
alternate.
now?
Christina?
So, and then I just have, one final adjustment after that subcommittee. Under the review and evaluation, it says terms of reference will be reviewed by the Poverty Intervention Committee annually in October, and we'd like it to say May instead of October, so that it's prepared for the September board meeting. So just under review and evaluation. Oh, that's the one you have. Why does my copy say? Oh, no, it says October. Okay, so under review and evaluation, the terms of reference will be reviewed by the Poverty Intervention Committee annually in edit October to say May. And then I move that the revised terms of reference as presented with the one addition of October to May be approved.
Are there questions about the changes that she has made? Tyler?
I only had one, is just in case sometimes like you moved October to May, maybe May turns into June sometimes, is it easier to say that it's reviewed annually without having to put a timeline on it, or no?
I accept.
Okay.
So we're changing it to be annually and removing the in May,
Just remove in October.
in October. Okay,
Everything else
for the
as
terms of
presented.
reference. Okay. Greg?
I move that we extend the meeting past 6 o'clock.
Excellent. Those in favor?
Well, we have to because it's past 6 o'clock. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that one says
We still have
6:01
time.
and that one says,
Okay, that is carried to extend past 6 o'clock. And we're back to that, we're going to remove the word October from the review and evaluation. And Mike has some comment.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. And also the membership changed from 1 and an alternate to 2. Okay.
Any further comments or questions? Those in favor? And that's carried. Next is the School Boundary Alignment Committee. That is Christine.
There have been a couple of changes made on the terms of reference. We did this the other week at our meeting. Sure, you speak to the first two that you mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is we added a new bullet at the bottom. The committee will host 2 public consultations for engagement. First engagement will occur prior to the boundary review. Second consultation session to solicit feedback on proposed boundary changes prior to final approval of committee recommendations by the Board of Trustees. The bullet above it, reading, well, now that I read the bullet that we just added should probably be removed because it does say we'll provide draft committee recommendations prior to public consultations. So we might want to just remove that because it's not happening prior. We're doing committee consultations first then.
Right.
So just a thought.
And another bullet that was removed under composition and appointments under 3 trustees serving at the pleasure of the board, 1 which will serve as chair. Previously, it was chair will be decided at the committee meeting, but that is not our process. We do it at our organizational meeting. So we took that line out.
Jenny?
Sorry, Christine. Prior, I didn't follow what you were saying there. Sorry, do you mind?
Sure.
Christine Lee?
Yes, Christine
The
Lee.
committee will host 2 public consultations for engagement. First engagement will occur prior to the boundary review. Second consultation session to solicit feedback on proposed boundary changes prior to final approval of committee recommendations by the Board of Trustees. So essentially, we're holding, for instance, November 8th and 22nd will be our first engagement session. This is prior to we actually conduct the review. And then then we'll get that information. The committee will start doing their work, come up with alternatives, proposals, and then we'll have another committee engagement on those. Then it goes to the board. Then it'll go to the board.
Isn't that what this says?
That's what it said, but the bullet above it said that we were actually going to provide committee recommendations to the board prior to
Oh,
engagement.
that one. Okay.
We've changed
sorry.
that we're engaging
Okay,
first, then
thank
we
you.
involve the
Yeah,
board.
thank you. Okay.
Craig?
I wonder if people get confused because we're going to hold 2 public consultations. Then the second consultation session to solicit feedback on proposed boundary changes. It should just be another, I feel that it just should be another consultation session will be had to solicit feedback because you're using 2 in the first sentence and then you're saying the second one is we've already decided kind of thing. And So I just feel more comfortable if it was a different word than second consultation.
Okay.
Somehow.
How about another consultation session will be held to solicit feedback on proposed boundary changes
Yeah,
prior to
I
final
like that.
approval.
Thank you.
Everyone's good? No more comments? So we do need a motion. Was there anything else on? Okay. So did you want to make a motion?
I move to approve the school boundary alignment committee terms of reference as amended.
No further comments or questions? Those in favor? And that's carried. Next, the most favorite committee. Andrea, not to
So
say that we're all not favorite, but
our report is there for you, showing how staff and supporters of our school division have been honored and celebrated this year. So there's a list there. And we did not change anything on the terms of reference.
comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Oh, sorry. Oh, there was nothing changed. Sorry. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're
I gotcha going.
still in favor.
You're all in favor. Perfect. So the Superintendent Evaluation Committee, the report is there. As we were still working on the evaluation through the year, there wasn't committee specific meetings. The change in the terms of reference is when you look under reports and target dates, because it had specific dates to the previous superintendent evaluation. So those dates have been changed in 1 and 2. And so the committee will meet in October together with the superintendent to make plans to look at the policy and process for what that's going to look like this year. And then that will be completed by our board meeting in June of 2023. So Craig.
I don't mind the committee setting up and organizing it, but I think we need somewhere, either in the composition and appointments, is that the superintendent evaluation committee shall bring back the process of evaluation to the board, and that the board does the final evaluation and not just be reported back to the board. Now, I don't know how to wordsmith that, but I think it's important that the board is involved at the end or during the process. I don't necessarily think we need to be involved right at the start, but that the board has to be involved once the committee has set up the process of how are we going to do it? Is there going to be interviews? It's going to be questionnaires, stuff like that. And then the board needs to be involved in doing that. And I don't, you can wordsmith it however you want, but
No, I would just actually ask you to go back and look at under reports and target dates.
maybe it is.
Under number 1, so it says it's not that we would provide a report, it was that we would make recommendation and plans moving forward. So those recommendations
okay.
would come to the board, and that
yeah.
was similar to the practice in our last
Right.
one. And I do think that the important piece is that to review that current policy to ensure that that is what we want the process to be. So those pieces will come back as recommendations to the whole board.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I move that the terms of reference, oh, Jenny, go ahead.
I know that you have it in here as an item to talk about the changes for division school council, but do we need to be looking at those terms of reference in here? Like they're not in.
So let's deal with what's at the table right now is the superintendent evaluation, and then we'll talk about.
Oh,
division
sorry.
school
I thought
council.
you were moving.
That's okay.
On to
Nope.
the
So
whole generalized terms of reference one. Sorry, I got ahead.
Nope. So I move that the superintendent evaluation committee terms of reference be approved as amended. Any further questions? Okay, those in favor, you guys are all like hands up, and that's carried. Okay, Jenny, your question about.
My question, just because we're going through this section of going through all of our terms of reference, and then as a separate item, we have Division School Council. Do we need to look at those terms of reference?
So we are representatives on Division School Council, so we are not, it's not our committee. So we don't have a terms of reference. It is the Division School Council
Oh,
that
I
would
see.
have their own terms of
They
reference.
have their own terms of reference. Okay,
Does that help?
thank you. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. So next is community conversations. So information is the same of what those look like, except we have a location that we're going to revisit. So our next community conversations is on October 10th from 6 to 7:30 at the Fish and Game Association hut. They have been able to kindly offer us that space for us to use. And I do have in there that the November date is to be announced shortly. So I do plan to send an email out to see what trustees are available for when. I do have a potential location working together with the Westminster Community Association to have space there for our November event. But I need to see what trustees are available if we'll have. I'm not certain I will be here, so I don't want to commit to us doing a date without having others. So Craig, go ahead.
Would just encourage, I think that I've been to just about every community conversation, and sometimes it's just me, sometimes it's two of us. And I really feel the board needs to be more invested in this because people take time out to talk to us. I mean, sometimes we only have one or two people, but still, uh, I would prefer to have some different viewpoints from the board there. Um, because it just makes better conversation. So I would encourage everyone to try and set time aside.
And I would further encourage people to set that time aside. I think that it is that opportunity for us to have engagement with our stakeholders out in the community. When we have our business meetings here, we have public forum. We're not able to provide that back and forth conversation, but by us availing ourselves to commit to meeting with our community on a regular basis, I think it really is important. When I speak about it at school councils, or with other community members. It's also about sharing the exciting things that are happening, the successes that are happening. When we look at budget time, we need to consider what's important and what has made a difference in our schools. And knowing those things when we're hearing them, this is that opportunity that staff can come out to them, and they have. Our students, it's great to see them come out. And then, of course, hearing the concerns and what is of most mind to people in our community. So I as well encourage all trustees to come and participate. And when I send out that email to see for the November date, if you are able to find a date that works for the majority, that'd be great to be able to coordinate to have the most participation. Moving on to Division School Council trustee attendance. So this is in here as we did have conversation at our organizational meeting in regards to Division School Council trustee attendance. Currently, it is that one trustee will attend and an alternate trustee would attend in their absence. And then it's always been open that any trustee can attend Division School Council. And it's again another great opportunity to hear what's happening for parents in our schools and what those common concerns are or common successes across our division. So obviously it's important for us as trustees to be there. And I know at the organizational meeting, it was brought up, I think it was by you, Christine, to have it where there would be a rotating trustee for that. So this is coming back to us as it was brought up at that meeting, and then we need to make that decision now. So I'll open it back up for what that looks like and what your consideration is for ensuring that we have that trustee representation and being able to be there to hear what is important to our families on their school council meetings. So further discussion on the recommendation that has been brought forward, or do we maintain what we have had where it's the one trustee alternating and a second alternating trustee, and then anybody can go whenever? Thoughts? Go ahead, Mike.
Not that I want to wade too far into the proverbial sandbox, but I think already the way the membership is worded, that meetings are open to all trustees to attend, theoretically, we could just do it. If you want, it might be a nice gesture. We got a DSC meeting on October 2nd. I could ask for it to be put on the agenda. Either the trustee who is there, it could speak to it, or I could, just as a sort of, hey, here's what we're looking at doing. Parents, how do you feel about that? And then, if they're good, then we're good to go. But we don't have to do it that way, just a suggestion.
Craig,
I like that.
others? We're good. Next is the ATA local council meeting dates. So typically a trustee goes to all or most of their meetings. Sometimes they have meetings that they choose not to have a trustee in attendance, but those dates are there for us to all pick from. This has been in your package for you to take a look at and see what your calendars look like. Are there ones that you would like to jump up and speak to, Christine? She's like,
I can do November 1st.
go ahead, Andrea.
Kristen, could you send out a document like you did last year for us to sign up? And then I could look at I still have a hard copy calendar.
Are we all good with that? Okay. And then I think if we can respond within a timely fashion, and then if Kristen can send out the completed list once we have all been tagged to a date, that would be fabulous. Sound good? Perfect. Next is trustee code of conduct update. Christine.
Yes, so in our May 23rd board meeting, I recommended that we review our code of conduct policy along with the appendix. And so a working committee was formed between myself and trustee Christina Larkin. On June 26th, we met together to set direction and just review our policy, what is missing, from it to be a robust policy. We met again on September 14th after the summer, gathering information, and on our work day we revised some edits. So to the work plan, I apologize, I don't have a written copy for you. We will provide this. Anyways, I'll get there. We are going to add legislation to the policy, and we're also going to remove the superintendent and requirements of referral to operational teams for board business. So we're looking at the order of our policy, and the proposed order that we're going to work with is in 5 steps. 1, the policy statement. 2, a glossary of terms for common understanding of language within the policy. 3, expected behaviors. 4, validation or process of procedure, and 5, sanctions. And so at our September 14th meeting, we were working through the steps of process should code of conduct procedure be necessary. And we're going to be meeting again on October the 5th. And in that, we are going to bring together our categories of behaviors. So we want to really be able to define what are the code of conduct breaches. And then we are also going to specify the code of conduct sanctions. And then we will put everything in order, and we are hopeful to bring a written document to the committee of the whole meeting the following week for board members to see.
So that would be for the October committee of the whole?
Yes, sorry, thank you. The October committee of the whole. Yeah.
Craig.
Did I miss anything?
Oh, there we are. This is a problem. again, and the act, we're piecemealing our policies. I don't know when else I can bring it up, but this is a perfect opportunity. We're doing one policy here. What we need to have is an ad hoc committee to present in the October meeting a plan to redo all of our policies, which would include 201.1. And it would also include all of the policies in our division so that we can be serious about changing policy, adapting what we need to do, and also creating a robust discussion on our policy so we can reduce the number of policies. I don't like, and as policy chair for the last 2 years, I don't like this, oh, we'll just review 4 or 5 every year and then do this and this. We have too many policies. We have to get them down. People, the public need to be able to just click on and see, here's our 15 to 30 policies, period. And then they know where we stand, they know where they stand. And to do it like this, although I appreciate the work you're doing on it, doesn't help us get to the main point that we have too many policies. And one of them would be that this is something that's going to have to take a year. Now, I would like to have a couple of people help me to present in October a plan that would incorporate this plus all of our other things so that we can really discuss how we want to move ahead and do it in a concrete, organized, which comes a little strange for me. I'm ADHD, but an organized, concrete plan, and that we would have something available for all trustees to discuss. And then if it's accepted by the trustees, we would start that process of doing it. Because I get frustrated that we just pick this one or this one without really looking at what is it that we want to ensure in our division. So that's my point. And I don't know if that's the right place to bring it up, but it's the one that I think we need to look at. And so if the consensus of the board would be that I can have an ad hoc committee with a couple of other trustees, Christine maybe, and somebody else, I would certainly like to put something together for the board to look at a concrete plan to move forward.
And I think I can certainly listen and hear what the other trustees have to say. I know that you've brought this forward numerous times and we've talked about it at our committee of the whole, and our plan at the committee of the whole for October is to review again to figure out the priority pieces and where we plan to go in the next 2 years, which includes the policy piece. So I will certainly open the floor up to any trustees that wish to weigh in, or if they wish to wait until the committee of the whole piece on October 10th. So, Jenny.
I'd say thank you for bringing us a organized oral report of that. It sounds like you've put a lot of thought and effort and and research into a plan for that. My thought is, do we need to consider a code of conduct is quite a serious document. Do we need to consider accessing outside counsel in developing it, whether that's a consultant, a policy writer, or legal? I would say to bring something to the board to consider, I would like to see an element of an outside consultation prior to that. I have a hard time imagining us writing our own code of conduct for ourselves and that being something we can hold ourselves to in with integrity.
And I do think that that's certainly top priority for me, is that it would go through legal counsel for that vetting of what.
I think I'm talking more in development.
Okay.
During these early development stages.
Yep. And legal does actually have recommended pieces for them. Like they can recommend that, but that was for the committee to go and take a look at that. So we can certainly recommend that.
Can I ask that you consider looking at a policy writer or a consultant? Thank you.
Jane?
I need partnership in jogging my memory, but did we not form a policy review committee for the purpose of this. On top of our policy advisory committee, there was a policy review committee, and the purpose was seeking advice and the path forward. And I don't want to skip ahead.
So I think that Jenny is referring just to the code of conduct one, is that correct? So, yeah. Okay. Which is separate. Yes, we do have a policy review committee that at our organizational meeting, we did not assign people to. So,
And just, oh, sorry. Can I-
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And just to add the context, as Christina and I were looking at other divisions and going through this policy and then seeing the policy structure of other divisions, the light bulbs kind of went off on, oh, how can we form our policy work? And so you're right, this isn't a standalone, it's cumulative with other policies. So yes, I look forward to that continued work.
Craig.
I'd like to make it clear that when we do policies, it has to be the whole board. Not a policy review committee, but a whole board. That's vital. And I don't want to use my previous experience, but we hired an outside person, not ASBA or PSBA, because they just give you cookie cutter policies. We hired an outside person at New Policy that helped us develop policy. We sent everything to the lawyer. We redid all of our policies. And then as the board goes on, they review their policies. And you use then the policy advisory committee to send new policies, or if you've done a policy, you send it to them for review and it works out really good. But I just don't want to get into a habit of one policy here, then one there. And if we just sit down and have a presentation on October 10th, and I'm willing to work with you and somebody else to bring forward a concrete, and it wouldn't take a long time to put the plan together of what we would see in policy, then the board could decide at the committee of the whole that this is something that they want to do, and we're going to take a year, maybe a year and a half, to develop the policies properly so that we know what we're doing, and that they're vetted through the policy advisory committee, because that's an important thing, because that's every stakeholder. And so I'd be willing to work with you if you're willing to work with me for October 10th on a plan for all of the policies.
Do you want to answer that?
Well, I think the design,
or you want me to answer? That's okay.
No, I have an answer in my mind that I would like to share. I think what would be wise is if we're moving forward with the whole policy piece, we're talking about priorities at our committee of the whole. So I think before doing that work and then making a presentation for this priority, I think we need to have the discussion as a board. What, as a board, are we prioritizing? What are we wanting to move forward? I think that's the first step. And then we would do that next step should the board support that. I think that's the order that I would feel most comfortable with, that I would support.
Then I would suggest that policy 202.1 be put on the table, put on the shelf for a while until the board decides if policy is a priority, because it could change. I mean, if we decide if it's a priority, then at the committee of the whole, we could strike an ad hoc committee, of which I would like to be on, and then we can present it at the either at the October board meeting or the November committee of the whole. One or the other, I'm fine with that. As long as when we talk about it in October, we have that discussion about what's important about policy. So.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Craig. We do have the committee of the whole on October 10th where this will be discussed, and we will come up with a plan at that point.
Or do you want me to make a motion that we table this policy right now? Because I don't want to be talking about it if we're doing other things.
I'm not hearing much for support in that I think that let's come on October 10th and come up with a plan and then look at where we go from there.
Well, according to the presentation, we're going to discuss this on October 10th.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable doing that. So all I'm
Okay.
moving is that we table it until we've decided on how we want to do our policies, or we want to have a priority in policy. That's all it is. It's not taking it away. It's just tabling it until we have a further discussion.
Okay, so can you make your motion very clear?
Yes, I move that we table policy 202.1 with the appendix of 202.1A until the board has had a discussion of priorities at the October meeting of where we might decide priorities. And I guess that's I'm not going to say that we're going to do it, but just a motion that we'll talk about priorities before we talk about this. So I move that we table this until we have further discussion at the committee of the whole in October.
Okay. I think Christine was going to say something here, just so that we're clear. I know that you spoke in regards to that you were going to bring it to October 10th, but it was that you were, pardon me? But it was the recommendation that was made at our May meeting was that it would be brought to the Policy Advisory Committee in September, not to the board. So there is a motion on the table that work halts at this point. You would like to speak further?
Well, yeah, I would move that we do not take anything to the Policy Advisory Committee until further discussion by the board. I mean, the board has to look at the policy first, then they take it to the Policy Advisory Committee. This is backwards. We're taking it to the Policy Advisory Committee and then bringing it back to the board. We're abdicating our responsibilities as governors. We are in charge of policy. No one else is. And so I just would move that we table the whole process until we've had a discussion of priorities by the board.
Okay, so I have a request for motion to move into camera. So go ahead, Christine.
I move to go into camera for brief discussion.
Thank you. Those in favor of going into camera? And that's carried. We're good? Okay, thank you. So we are back in regular session and Craig, go ahead.
I'd like to rescind my previous motion.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, we will move on to our next item, which is actually the end of our meeting. Go ahead, Jenny.
Can we clarify for the public that
Yep.
what we are going to just continue this conversation at another date?
Yes, so the conversation will continue after October 10th on this item.
Perfect. Thank you.
So with that, we'll move on to our correspondence sent and correspondence received. So those items are all there for you to take a look at. Are there any comments on those? If none, we will move into camera to complete the rest of our in-camera items. I feel bad that we invited the public back in just for that at the end, but that will conclude the public portion of the meeting. But I would like a motion to move back into camera. Craig, and those in favor? And that's carried.